Hey there, REM PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today I'll be chatting with Tracy Nichols of Mad Men and Heroes about their folklore-based, I can't talk, I'm going to try that again. I'm your host, Rem, and today I will be chatting with Tracy Nicholas of Mad Men and Heroes about their folklore-based mystery in a box game called The Craft. And that's with 3 A's. So stay tuned because you're not going to want to miss it. And this week's giveaway is a free craft box set featuring the Yule adventure from Mad Men and Heroes. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And here's a little about the game. As the year comes to a close, we have been made aware of a situation that you are uniquely qualified to help us address. It seems that the transition to a new year is being thwarted by the Holly King, king of the waning year. He has become offended and refuses to relinquish his hold on the sun to the Oak King so that we may begin our journey into the new year. The Holly King feels that the old ways have not been honored this year and refuses to allow the days to begin to grow longer until he can be appeased. The Holly King joined us at the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Since that day, the Holly King has ruled over the ever-shortening days and lengthening nights. If he does not step aside to allow the Oak King his reign, the days will continue to shorten until, without the sun, we will be plunged into everlasting darkness and cold. Help us solve the mysteries and remember how and why we honor the return of the sun. Now, don't forget that you can get bonus entries by subscribing and donating bits through the Twitch chat. And every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. We also invite you to join us on Discord. The REM ALTERNIS server is an inclusive and supportive community of gamers. Our favorite channels include Pun, Joke, and Meme, Goose Goose Duck Saturday Gaming, and support and encouragement for when you just need a little extra kindness. We hold casting calls to join our streams on the Master of REM Twitch channel, a Learn to Play D&D program, a monthly trivia night, and more. So please check it out at the link in the chat, and welcome to the community. If you love all the Shadowrun content we do, check out the Shadowcasters Network on YouTube. You'll find a ton of content, including the famous Arcology podcast and Neo-Anarchist podcast in video format, 5th edition Chicago Official Missions playthrough, a living campaign of 6th edition set in Denver, past episodes of Emerald Glitch from Gen Con TV, and more. So head over and subscribe to youtube.com/@ShadowcastersNetwork. Now, time to get right into our interview for this week, so stay tuned, REM PCs. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm here with Tracy Nicholas. Hi, welcome Tracy.
Hi, thanks for having me. This is very exciting.
Of course, it's great to have you. I was super excited when you reached out, and then I researched what you did, and I'm like, this is super cool. So I'm very excited to talk to you.
Well, I'm very excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, the first thing I love to ask to get us kind of rolling into the conversation here is, what is your history as a gamer?
Well, I have been playing puzzle games for about 10 years now. And other than that, I do love board games. I don't play much online, but my friends and I have decades of history of about every, 3 months, we set up at somebody's house and just have a board game night. So that's where I'm at.
Those are the best kinds of friends. Awesome. So how did you, kind of taking it in a different direction then, of the two things that kind of bring your product together here is, how did you first fall in love with folklore?
Well, when I was growing up, I was a big reader when I was growing up. And the library in my town that I lived in has had a really great children's section. And I don't know what librarian was ordering books, but whoever it was loved folklore and myth and fairy tales. And there was just this massive section of it. And I started reading them, and it was so fascinating to me because a lot of the books were not the standard, Disney fairy tales that we see, the standard Grimm's brothers. They were from all over the world. So I was really exposed to different kinds of storytelling, and because different cultures have different things that they talk about, and different. There's not necessarily that standard hero's journey that we're used to here. So I was really exposed, to a wide variety. So bless the librarians. That's first fell in love.
That's so great. Oh, I love that. I love hearing about library and book love too, because heck yeah. Although I was late with that personally. It wasn't until like college that I really liked books, because I would read during, the assignments during school that all suck. I was like, reading is awful. And then I got to college, I'm like, no, reading is fun.
Yeah, I was a little competitive. My brother's a couple years older than me, and my mom was teaching him how to read. And I thought it was super unfair that he could do things I couldn't. So I was determined to learn how to read as soon as I could.
I love that. Oh, that's really funny. Okay, so what is Mad Men and Heroes?
So Mad Men and Heroes is the umbrella company, and we sell 3 different storylines. And the boxes they're like an escape room in a box. It comes, we mail it out to you, and then you get a whole bunch of puzzles and ciphers and the kickoff to the storyline. And we also include fun little artifacts in every box.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, so what you do is you get the box, you figure out what you have to do. You read everything, and then you start to work your way through it. And obviously, unlike an escape room, it's not timed, so you can take your time, which makes it a lot of fun, I think, for doing it in groups, because you can pass stuff around, work on different stuff together, and there's not that kind of pressure.
Yeah.
And so our 3 storylines. We have our first one that came out was called The Resistance. And The Resistance is every story in it, and it's a 12-month series. Every story in it is based on some different kind of resistance movement throughout history. So there's a box about the Luddites, and then there's a box about Gandhi. And the premise there is we're teaching you how different kinds of resistance movements work. Is it propaganda? Is it nonviolent resistance? And so that's the premise there. The craft,
cool.
Which is the one we're going to talk about a little more, that is based on folklore and myth. And we have different stories from all around the world. And the premise on this is that we run an institution, and it's called the Center for Research and Archives of Anecdotal Folktales. And our fearless leader, Lydia Lohr, is hiring you out to help either solve some mysteries, figure out what's going on, maybe do some cataloging. So there's a lot of different premises. And that's a 12-month series as well. And then our final series, which we just started selling last week, super excited about it. That is, it's based on a series of epic fantasy novels by the author Todd Fahnestock. And so it takes us into the world of one of his series called The Tower of the Four. And so it's a bunch of sort of side quests that you wouldn't get in the books. And so you get to learn more about the universe that a team lives in. And
cool.
Yeah, you get to go on different little, adventures.
Neat. So that just started. So you're just starting another 12-month
exactly
series. Oh, how cool. How long does it take to create one of these adventures?
Well, it usually it's a bit of an iterative process. So if I were to, sit down and say I have to create one within the next 3 weeks, I could probably do it. I
Mm,
typically take a lot longer than that because I like to step away and come back and let the story unfold. And
yeah.
because I don't, some things are fictionalized, although we'll never contradict something that actually happened, or change a character in a folk tale to be something that they wouldn't have been in the original lore.
Yeah.
But it helps to step away and come back. And so usually I like to start for the series that we have out right now. I've got the next 6 months written.
Okay.
So that's really comfortable to me. I think 3 months is my usual turnaround time for any given box, but I feel a lot better knowing that I don't have to stress right now about getting these next ones out.
Right. Okay. So so if you have 6 months ready and the first box just of this series just released, so then you're working on the seventh for the next 3 months and then the eighth, or do you work on multiple at the same time?
I'll work on multiple at the same time. It's because what needs to happen, it's not only, writing a bunch of like, how am I going to like string this together? Because the puzzles have to come at places that make sense. You can't just be
Mhm.
like, here's a bunch of puzzles, try and solve them. They have to be at decision points, or they have to be at places where the characters don't know something that they need to know. And so there's finding how to weave the story in, but then you also have to find the right puzzles.
Mm.
And so there are different kinds of puzzles with our Kitsune box. That I didn't know this when we started. There is a predecessor to rock paper scissors. Uh,
What?
yes, there is, and it's called the Headman, the Hunter, and the Fox. Right. So the headman is the guy who's sort of in charge of the village, and he can tell the hunter what to do. So headman beats hunter. The hunter can kill the fox. So hunter beats fox, but the fox can outsmart the headman. And so it was a game that we discovered through research, and we utilized it in that particular box. So
Do you
it's really
do you
fun.
still play it with your hands? Like, is this the headman and the
No, that was actually played with like carvings.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Oh, see, I'm learning already. Oh, that's so cool. So, wow, taking all of that, all of these boxes. Let's take a step back real quick and go back to Mad Men. So, what inspired you to start your own business?
Well, I think that a few things came together all at the right moment. I was working, and I had it sort of was a make or break point in my life personally. I thought, am I going to just have a job for the rest of my life? Or am I going to take a little more control personally and start a business? And then I'm in control of what my future looks like.
Yeah.
That was really appealing to me at the time. And I had recently gotten a promotion. And when I got the promotion, I had bought myself one of these puzzle games. And I played it, and it was a lot more expensive than the ones that I sell. I thought this is going to be amazing. And then I played it. And when I was done, I was like, I had to have missed something. Like, is this it? Can this? And I even emailed the company, and I said, I feel really dumb, but I missed something. And they emailed me back. They're like, no, you did it all. And I was like, really? And I thought, I could do better than this. And then, played a few more games, got different competitors. And every time I thought, it's close, but it's not really exciting to me. And so I just decided, hey, I'm gonna, put my money where my mouth is. I had enough saved up that I could, finance a startup company. And so I did.
Cool. That's really awesome, really inspiring. Do you go to any conventions, local or otherwise, and set up a table to to sell these, I think it would do really well. So it just with what I look for at tables and conventions,
Yeah,
made me ask.
I haven't up till this point. We are going to be at the Chicago Con coming
Okay,
up, and that'll be sort of a joint table between the author that we're working with, Todd, that I told you about,
cool,
and
cool,
us. So we're gonna try that out. Um,
awesome.
so yeah, pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I wish you tons of luck with that because I think it'd be really cool. One of the things at gaming conventions, and since we're on Gen Con TV right now, when I'm walking around the hall, I like something that's unique, that you're not going to be able to find during the year, unless you know what you're looking for, but something that stands out as a little different. And I think this kind of game, when we're used to seeing board games, we're used to seeing RPGs, we're used to seeing dice, and we're used to even seeing soap and I got the little coin carving, so I feel good there, little dragon sculptures, art, all of that kind of stuff. This is something a little different. I would be excited to see something like that at a convention.
Yeah,
Um,
and I mean it's a good point that I've been tossing it around for a couple of years.
yeah,
Initially, I hesitated because the people who play puzzle games are pretty specific group of people, and they play every game they can find, and it tends to be slightly different from a board game, and a lot of the board gamers that I know are like, well, so you only play it once, and I'm thinking, well, once you solve the puzzles, I mean, you could play it again, but it's not going to be very much fun. And so,
right.
is that really going to be the right crowd? And we don't really cater toward the hardcore puzzlers. We try and find a balance. So, the average, family or person, you can play it solo very easily, that they can just sit down, have a good time for 2 or 3 hours and, not get frustrated and not, have enough story that carries them along. And so our target audience is not, I was thinking it's not necessarily people who are going to conventions like that, but if you think it's exciting and you would look for something different, that gives me a lot to think about.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I don't know, thinking about like playability and stuff like that. Sometimes it is about the experience. I think about there's the really popular game. It's on my shelf somewhere over there. Mansions of Madness.
Mhm.
And you play it with an app or on a computer or whatever because they've got the digital component and the board game component, and that one's really only playable once too. But like you sit down and you have such a good time and get this experience together, and especially like you said with a group where it's more than going to a movie or something like that because you're interacting in that world and having an experience with your friends and stuff like that. And I think that's really cool and really valuable. Um, so anyone that says you can only play it once, shut up.
There you go.
um, so what advice do you have? And part of why I'm asking these questions about Mad Men and Heroes is, as a fellow business owner and woman, femme presenting, and stuff like that. Like it's I love to hear other people's inspiration and stories and learnings and stuff like that for other entrepreneurs that would love to take that step and haven't yet. But what advice do you have to give another gaming entrepreneur about starting their own business? What do you wish you had known?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. First, I think that it depends on what kind of game you're creating. If you're creating puzzle games like me, do a lot of research because there are a variety of puzzles. There's ciphers and there are mechanical puzzles, and so you really need to have a deep understanding of what you're doing. If you're doing board games, you need to understand mechanics so you can choose, is it going to be a cooperative game, is it going to be competitive, and along the way, are you going to have cards, is it going to be dice? And so understanding the basics of whatever you're trying to create is the first step. The other thing that I think that people really need to be aware of, you need to have when you start your own business, you're wearing a lot of hats. So you need to understand how to run a business. You need a business plan. You need to know how much you're actually making on a per unit basis. You need to factor in all of your expenses. You need to know what the regulations are, where you are. I think it's funny. I always have to put in our Gandhi box, it comes with a little vial of salt, because the whole premise is they're walking to the ocean to pick up the salt, and that was their way of resisting.
Oh, neat.
I have to put in the box, salt is not for consumption, because if I don't do that, I'm selling food. And where I am, I have to get a special license for that. And it's all just weird, random stuff like that. So really taking a deep dive onto what your business model is going to be. I sell subscription boxes. So you subscribe, and then, it comes every month, and I've got a schedule for each of my boxes of which week they go out, during the month. And so that's one way of doing it. If you're going to sell individual, where are you going to sell it? Are you going to sell it on Amazon? Are you going to sell it on Shopify? So there's a lot of different things that you really need to know. So take your time. Don't jump in and try and sell things before you understand how you're going to make a profit and how you need to deal with all of the regulations and everything that you need to do, how you do budgeting, how you keep track of your money. And I've seen some of my competitors in the years, and I was really early on. There were very few people doing what I was doing when I started. And I've seen so many come, and within a year and a half, they're gone. And I've gotten the boxes, and when I get them, I think to myself, how do they make money? And, you hate to talk about money, but really, if you've got to go get a job to make your money, you're not making games anymore, and you're not making anybody happy. So understand the basics of the business.
Where do you go? Where have you gone? Like a lot of the stuff that you mentioned, I partnered with my local small business administration and went to their website for a lot of like the business plan templates and information on startup funding and what requirements there are and stuff like that. But do you have a favorite resource?
Well, I think that, the resources that you mentioned are very good. And certainly for just doing the basics of the business, I did exactly the same thing. And I've also got a great accountant that I've had for many years. And so when I was setting things up for, where am I charging taxes? I didn't understand in the United States, you have to pay taxes where you have what's called a nexus. And a nexus is either where your business is located or a state in which you make a certain amount of sales. And so he explained a lot of that to me, and that was great. And the selling model that I use, there are companies out there that the sales platform I use is called Sublate. And there are a bunch of them. And they usually those businesses cater to small business owners that are starting up. And so there's lots of good tutorials when you're setting up, your website and things like that. So hired a couple of experts, got great information from, the state. And then there are many tutorials that are not linked to a company. There are people out there just saying, if you want to do a subscription box, do this. And there are great groups on Facebook. There's a tabletop publishing group that I go in there all the time, and people are like, hey, I don't understand what I need to do to get my games shipped from wherever they're being manufactured. And people are really helpful and friendly and very knowledgeable in those groups. So I think, hate to say it, but win for social media.
Yeah, awesome. Great. So how do you subscribe? And as part of these subscriptions, like, is there a way, do you have this happen much where people are like, I just want to try one kit? Like, how do I subscribe but only get one kit?
Yeah, I mean, it's set up as a subscription. So if you want to just get one, you can subscribe. And in the moment you subscribe, you're put in our queue. And then you can just cancel or put a pause on it. And we wouldn't charge a second time until you've actually gotten the box and actually been able to play it. But you can cancel at any time. And you can also select on when you're buying a gift, that's set up to not auto renew.
Okay.
And so you can do it that way. And we also have, you can buy a gift card. So you just buy the one and give the code to whoever you're giving the gift to.
Okay. And subscriptions happen through your website, I saw. Is there anywhere else that you have seen, or not that you've seen, that people can see, like where your business is through another website or anything like that, that promotes you?
Let's see. We, I mean, each of the 3 games have their own website.
Okay.
And that's for gameplay. So in addition, if they're doing, if someone's doing a search for puzzle boxes, one of those sites might come up first, and then redirect back to the Mad Men and Heroes site for the actual purchase.
Gotcha.
But yeah, all of the purchasing we have does go through Mad Men and Heroes.
Okay. Cool. And then you said everything that you need to play comes in the box, but I saw that you can also, and you just mentioned as well, you can also go on the computer and get extra stuff or clues, or how does that work?
Well, you do need an internet connection to play. There are a couple of things that are online. One of them is, for every single box, there is a unique page that is hints, and then you get 3 or 4 hints. So if you're stuck, because that's frustrating, and nobody wants to be stuck for too long, so you get a couple of hints, and if those don't get you there, then there's a description that you can open up that says, okay, here's how this puzzle works. So you could solve it that way. If you still don't get it, and sometimes something just doesn't click, then the solution is there. So no one ever has to stop playing and email us and go, I don't know what's going on, and wait, till the next day to get. So that's online. And then we also, some of the games do play through a series of web pages. And sometimes the puzzles in the box will be a password to a web page that you can't get until you solve it. And then the story will be revealed as you go. And we have to kind of gatekeep a little bit on rolling through the different web pages. So those are the 2 ways that you would need internet access. And we have one game where you actually need to make a phone call. So
really? Ooh, neat. Oh, now I kind of want to get that one. All right, so everything comes in the box. You have some interaction online, whether you need help or sometimes as like the next part of your mystery.
Right.
So how does real folklore come into play? You kind of mentioned like with Gandhi and the resistance, but like with the craft, for instance.
Well, so early on, when I was putting this together, I took a deep dive into researching folklore, and I started listening, and this must have been in 2018, maybe even 2017. I started listening to some different podcasts, and I got really hooked on this one. And I listened, I think there's 7 seasons or 8 seasons. And so when I would walk, when I would work in the yard, I would get, hear all of these different types of folklore. And a lot of, like, when you're talking folklore, a lot of it is, a character, or you've got, black dog folklore. And so it's an idea. It's like, oh, there have been these sightings of these black dogs that they walk along the road, and they've got these huge eyes that are like saucers glowing red, and they are protectors in some cases, or they're ominous in other cases. And that's all you get. In folklore like that, I have to create the whole story. So that's, part of what I do there. Other folklore is a little more specific with our Baba Yaga box. There's a little bit of fictionalizing, but a lot of it is just, really what those stories were and the characters that were in them. And we have a box about selkies, which are basically seals who can come up on land and take off their skin, and then they're human. And so the story that we have on that is about, why did this woman leave her husband, this Selkie woman that was happily married? And so you have to figure out what's going on. So
Okay.
fictionalizing, but then a lot of it is there, and it's just a lot of really interesting stories, and stories are fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Neat. It's neat that you can use a base in some cases and also like have that creativity to be able to create something new when it's merited. So that's really neat.
Mhm.
So you had mentioned the resistance, the craft, and then the newest one is based off the author's books. And what was that one called?
Tower of the Four.
Tower of the Four. Okay. And throughout each of these kind of sets, what are some of the different themes that are available in terms of solving a mystery? Like, is it are there murder mysteries? Are there you kind of said like missing woman, why did she leave, or kind of thing. What are some of those themes that are kind of the traditional or a non-traditional mystery tropes?
Yeah, we've never done murder mysteries because the vast majority of boxes out there that are puzzle boxes are murder mysteries. It's really easy. It gives you a premise. I find them a little predictable because you're going to have a series of suspects. You're going to have, you have to narrow it down. A lot of it is logic of being like, oh, well, this person was in jail at the time of the murder. Can't be them. And so I didn't want to go down that path. And I mean, there's lots of different, I again, tried to make every box feel fresh. I have not to date reused a puzzle. Ciphers are, you're going to have, there's certain elements that are going to be similar from one cipher to another.
Mm-hmm.
But also the storylines, like our Luddite box. That basic premise was that you are a Luddite, and so that you are a craftsman. And they're bringing in all these machines to replace what you're creating. And so you get together and you decide with your group of other craftsmen that you're going to go break into these factories and bust up these machines to send a message. And so the whole premise of that box is you have to figure out what order to go to the different factories in and how you avoid the police patrol. And so that would be, one of them. In our Italian Inquisition box.
Ooh.
It was a kinder, gentler Inquisition than the Spanish. And so you're, like going to fancy balls, and somebody is giving information to the Inquisitors, and you have to figure out, who is it? Is it Casanova? Is it Ben Franklin? And all of these people that would have been traveling around in kind of these fancy circles. And so you have to talk to a bunch of different people and figure out who's the one that's ratting out their friends. So
cool.
there's just different kinds of premises for all of them.
Neat. All right, this is gonna be the hard question. Uh-oh. You gotta pick your favorite baby. Which one's your favorite? Let's ask between the Resistance, the Craft, and the new one. And then of all of the sets across all of the genres.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Honestly, the Craft is my favorite.
Okay.
I have the most fun researching that. I have the most interest in those stories. But my favorite box. Oh, okay. Actually, I think my favorite box is a new one that
Mhm.
is not going to be coming out for a few months yet. It is from the Tower of the Four, and it's called the story is called The Dead.
Ooh.
And it's about this group of four. It's called a quad, and they have different powers, and they get killed, but they don't really die. And so there's kind of shuffling around half alive. And that one was so much, it wrote itself
Ooh.
because they all had sort of they would forget, like, why are we here like this, what happened to us, and they didn't understand. And then as they were shuffling around, they'd think they were going up and talking to people who were terrified because they were just like moaning and being horrible. And so it really it flowed so smoothly. And I kept calling up Todd, the writer, going, I can't believe how awesome this is. So I think,
Awesome.
yeah. So, and I think maybe it's just also that it's getting easier for me to write these because I've had more practice.
I mean, sure, yeah, I'm sure that's part of it, but getting really into the story is a lot of fun. The for the world builders out there that love to do it, it's definitely very rewarding. So that's super cool. Um, what am I missing before we kind of go into the where do we find you and all that you do and what's coming next and all of that kind of stuff? Um, what is anything else that you want to say about Mad Men or about any of the work that you do, or even you had told me before the show that you do a podcast, any of that stuff?
I do. I don't do a podcast. I am support on a podcast. I do. It's called the Folklore Podcast, and it is. It's got tons of the guy who runs it. His name is Mark Norman, and he's a folklore researcher. He's written a bunch of books, and he brought me on board to start doing film reviews. And I did a bunch of those, and then he thought it was a great idea to start doing interviews with different directors, and then that kind of grew into interviewing different storytellers who tell folklore and fairy tales. And so that's a lot of fun. It's a good break from thinking about puzzles all the time. So I enjoy that a lot. I have a project that I am working on that's going to be a much bigger piece. It'll be a single standalone piece. And it's going to be very witchy. Um, yeah, it'll be more in a book format. And so I'm developing the story for that right now, and I'm pretty excited about it.
That sounds really cool. Neat. Um, so you said kind of a standalone. So is it still under the same like mystery in a box kind of idea? But
Yeah,
okay.
it'll be like I said, in a book format, but throughout the book there will be different puzzles, sometimes ciphers. You'll have to refer to other pages in the book to solve things in certain ways. And so it will be a bunch of reading through stuff, reading through some spells, trying to figure out why some spells are encoded and not others. And
Ooh.
so it'll be a lot more nuanced and layered, and a lot longer playtime.
Cool. Oh, I love that. All right. So, with all that you do, podcasting, game design, all of these boxes, where is the best place for our audience to find you, follow what you're doing, and what's coming next?
Well, to find us, to learn more about the boxes, you would go to madmenandheroes.com. And if you want to follow us on social media, you can look up Mad Men and Heroes. I'm most active on Facebook and Instagram, because we have fun images. We often have fun things that we like to have.
Yay!
Fun pictures, and those are both from the box that we're giving away. So,
Do you do the art, or do you bring
yeah,
on someone? Oh, wow, neat.
The only thing that I have not done the artwork for is for the box for the craft, and I brought an artist in to do that. And I like the art a lot, so I'm glad that she did that. But yeah, it's a combination of finding art that, photos that are, able to be used without royalty, and finding a lot of older, images. And when you're talking things with people in it, there's lots of those out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, but for any of the puzzles, I do that myself.
Okay. And then I interrupted you, so I apologize about where else to find you. I think we got Facebook and Instagram. We got your website. Anywhere else? Where do we find the podcast?
That is, well, you can find that pretty much on anywhere that you listen to podcasts. And that's also, you'd find it at the website, thefolklorepodcast.com.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
And that's where you find the film reviews that I've written. So.
Ooh, neat. Oh, cool. Wait, you've written film reviews?
Yeah, I started out as a reviewer, and so I started with some of the. I think I did Hansel and Gretel, and then I did Pan's Labyrinth, and then we got this idea to start interviewing some independent filmmakers, because they were making a lot more interesting and unusual films that were just better than what we were finding in mainstream. And I'm working on a series right now. It's called The Side World, and it's a bunch of different. It's a documentary format, but really cool, fun stories. And the people doing it were doing fiction pieces before, and so really it feels like storytellers are kind of getting into this really great folklore from, mostly it's around England and the UK. So
that's neat. It's funny, 'cause the reason I kind of had a double take on that is when I started researching what questions I wanted to ask you, I found Tracy Nicholas, the film reviewer, and I'm like, nah, not the same person. I'm never going to find the real Tracy Nicholas under all of this. And here it's the same person. So it just triggered in my memory, and I was like, wait a minute. So that's really cool. I'm going to have to check out more of that. And then, yeah, thank you so much for joining me and for the work you do. This sounds really fun and exciting. I can't wait to get to my computer to type in #RemPC and get my free entry to win, which all of you can do as well. #RemPC gets you a free entry to win the Yule box of the craft. So please, #RemPC, in addition to donating bits and subs, which get you bonus entries to win. And we'll do the drawing at the end of the show, because up next is a playthrough of Subversion, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But again, thank you so much, Tracy. Really appreciate you, and a really great talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was a ton of fun.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. And we will be right back in just a moment. The One Shot Show is back, but we can't stay away from cyberpunk fantasy. Introducing Subversion by Fragging Unicorn Games, a cyberpunk fantasy RPG all about subverting authority and building a better community with your friends. Learn the rules and get a sneak peek of the gameplay before it comes to Kickstarter, coming up next here on Gen Con TV. Don't forget, we have a wonderful giveaway of a free craft box set featuring the Yule Adventure. Thank you so much to Tracy and Madmen and Heroes for donating such a cool prize. Don't forget to get bonus entries and impact the game by donating bits and subs in chat, and all funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can pick up extra merch as well at our Etsy store at realmalternis.com/Etsy. And did you know we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over on twitch.tv/Master of Rem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, Steampunk Fantasy D&D, and more. So check us out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining, and we will see you next time, Rem PCs.
Yeah!
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
You're alive.
Hey, REM PCs, welcome back. We are here to play some Subversion today. And pretty soon, if you can see, I don't know which direction to point behind me, but on our bookshelf in the background, we always add new books for the games we play. It's the other way? No, it's this way. Okay. But yeah, so Subversion will be on our bookshelf for the next one-shot show. But in the meantime, I want to play it. And I believe, Opti, that this is the first time Subversion is being played publicly?
Yes, this is the first publicly facing thing we've done for Subversion. So it's an exclusive.
Subversion. No. So no. So I am excited to play this game because we've been talking about it forever. Ava, as my crowdfunding director, and I are working on the Kickstarter with Opti right now. That's coming later in Q1 this 2023. So we're very excited, and this is first time playing. But I also have some other special guests. So let's do a round of intros here. Hi, I'm Rem. I am the CEO of REM ALTERNIS, and you can find me on Facebook at facebook.com/REMALTERNIS, and I'm on Twitter as Real REM ALTERNIS, and we do lots and lots and lots of stuff. You should join our Discord. We'll put the link in the chat for you, but we are a community of gamers and streamers and Kickstarter managers and audiobook narrators, recorders, and all of that kind of stuff. So exciting stuff. Nice to have you all here. I'm going to pass it to Ava.
Well, Sarah mostly did all of my introduction. I'm Ava Rogers, the crowdfunding director for REM ALTERNIS. Means all the Kickstarters that we talk about and promote and all of that. I'm the face behind the scenes for most of the work that gets done on those. And we've got a busy 2023 coming as far as Kickstarters are concerned. I also write in my spare time, what little I can carve out. Darren next? Sure.
Hey, I'm Darren. I'm one of the devs over at Fragging Unicorns. Probably put most amount of work in this game than compared to other games, but glad to be here.
Darren's being modest. Darren works his tail off whenever we go to cons and makes sure that everything gets done. He's like the proletariat workhorse that everybody wants to be around.
Darren is all of our emotional support Hufflepuff.
Yeah.
Absolute, get yourself a Darren. Opti, who are you?
I am Opti. I did a lot of Shadowrun sourcebook writing and Shadowrun podcasting. I still do Shadowrun podcasting, but we've also founded Fragging Unicorns Games, which is a pretty mediocre game company. But we're really excited about this non-mediocre game that we're working on right now called Subversion. It's mostly done, and that's what we're going to be playing tonight. So yeah.
Why do I let you in public?
Unknown.
And last, but certainly not least, and I'm very excited for this, but I'll explain why after you do your intro, Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Brozek. I am a full-time author, editor, and media tie-in writer. I've written for everything from Battletech to Shadowrun, Predators, V-War, Masters of Orion. I have a cat named Lilu, the little one, who keeps trying to lick my face. I'm kind of an old school person. I've been writing for role-playing games and tabletop games since 2004, starting with Sovereign Stone and Margaret Weiss Productions. So if you want to know more about me, jenniferbrozek.com or at jenniferbrozek. And I would type it into the thing, but apparently I'm not verified. So I don't know how to do that right now. So I will possibly figure it out during the course of the game.
Send it to me and I'll do it if you need.
Okay. And my most recent books are Trumel's Light, which just came out in November, which is a space opera that is a 6-part series that includes 5 other authors, including DJ Bodden and Kevin J. Anderson. And then my most recent Shadowrun is Elfin Black. And then I have 2 more Shadowrun novellas scheduled. One for I think next week, and then one for next quarter. So I write a lot. I do a lot.
So part of why I'm excited is Jennifer is one of my personal favorite Shadowrun fiction writers. And I read a lot of Makeda Red just was the start of it all. And I'm reading Elfin Black now, and we're recording 2 of your audiobooks right now, or audio novellas. A Kiss to Die For is one of them. The other one I got assigned today, and so I'm blanking on the name. But
See how she runs?
Maybe I will look it up and let you know. But Jennifer and I have talked about we should game together sometime. And so I was like, hey, we have a one-shot next week. Want to play with us? It's totally not Shadowrun, but it's still cyberpunk fantasy. And she's like, can I cheat on Shadowrun? And I'm like, yes, you can.
It's my gift to myself for my birthday tomorrow. So I am gifting myself a cheat day.
Amazing. I love it. It actually allows you to spend some calories on subverting expectations and hanging out with your friends. So really excited to have you here, Jennifer. Really excited to have all of you. Darren, obviously, it's always a pleasure. Ava, love you to pieces. And Opti. Oh, Opti. I adore you. And then
as a couple.
And then, of course, we have our tech Teslan. Thank you for making us all look so good with this subversion book on the table in front of us, and lots of D6s and a standard dice set and some paper to take notes on. And I'm going to stop talking now. Take it away, Opti. What are we doing tonight?
We're going to be playing a game called Subversion. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time introducing the mechanics until we get into them. But what I will say is that the world of Neo-Babylon, which is where Subversion takes place, is a world in which magic has always existed. And the Babylonian Empire of 2,600 years ago had an outsized influence on culture. And so now in Neo-Babylon, which is sort of in the near future, things are they reflect a deep Babylonian culture, right? So the gods themselves are still venerated, as reflected in, we have I don't know if any of you took the priest characters or not, but Babylonian gods, worship of them is everywhere. Magic is a thing that has just always been around, but cybertech, now the technology is moving forward and is now sort of threatening to unseat the people who have always used magic to keep control over things. So guilds, corporations, and the Babylonian council that sits above everybody else is who you're going to be fighting against. Maybe not in this particular adventure, but that's where we are in Neo-Babylon, and you are part of a community, a little small neighborhood called Sapphire Village. It's a foodie village, and I'll just read the introduction text here. You are envoys, representatives that act as agents, defenders, ambassadors, and problem solvers of your urban community, Sapphire Village. Sapphire Village is a small neighborhood on the east side of Le Sanctuaire, a district of Neo-Babylon just east of the Buranu River. Sapphire Village is known locally for its wide variety of food establishments, and the cash street market is thriving every week. The government of Neo-Babylon seems pretty hands-off with Sapphire Village, making it also a destination for those who might be on the outs with the law and wanting to make a new start. Yesterday was an important day. Gula Belmar, a goblin and beloved member of the community, died recently, and last night was a festival that honored Gula and her contributions to the village. It was there that you were all introduced as the new round of envoys for your village, with tall shoes to fill. This morning, you have been summoned to Shh Kebab by Sylvester Ori, a community leader. He and his wife run Shh Kebab, and Sylvester has indicated that you can eat or drink whatever you like as you wait for him to join you at your table near the back of the restaurant. Why would a Sapphire Village elder want to talk with you? that usually means only one thing. There's a job that needs doing, and the envoys are the ones to make it happen. So you are sitting around in a kebab restaurant, and you've been told to eat or drink whatever you want to while you wait for the community elder to come and see you. So why don't you take turns introducing your character and what, if anything, are you eating and drinking?
I will go first.
There you go. Perfect.
I am playing Dungy Shar, who is a dwarf criminal. And do I explain just what I look like, or things about me, or what would you like?
What do you think that the people watching would want to know about Dungy? I don't think we have a picture of Dungy, so you just describe Dungy and give any backstory you want to.
Dungy he's a dwarf, wears these creepy looking goggles that, like, when he's wearing them, it seems to look right through you. He's pretty good at tinkering with electronics and computery type stuff. So he's usually got a gadget in his hand. And something that I think you all should know. There's two ways I could say this, and I think I'm going to go with the funny way. Dungy is great at everything, literally everything, and never fails, and is actually the coolest of the envoys, and also the envoy with the most training and experience, and really the leader of the group. So that is, and we'll say, has a will, since I'm not in character yet, has a will to survive and does have a loyal streak. But seriously, great at everything and, like, proud to show it.
We should stop here and make a note that every community has access to what are called envoys, and they are sort of representatives to the leadership of Neo Babylon. At least that's how they were started. Neo Babylon thought that they could just have these community representatives sort of be put in place and not actually have to do anything. But over time, the envoys have become something different. Now the envoys seem to participate in direct action and organize in ways that the leadership of Neo Babylon hadn't anticipated. So there are envoys popping up everywhere, and Neo Babylon hasn't quite figured out how to handle that yet. Who's next?
I will go next.
Okay, let Jennifer go.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, that's because I'm playing Katie. I am a Yeti. And what you should know is that I'm very tall, I'm very white, I'm very furry. I have a very large green necklace around me, and I'm really interested in that food. Oh, yes. And I absolutely love life. I don't apparently have much of a filter on my brain. I will speak my mind at all times, and I don't know how impulses work, but apparently the first scene is going to involve my impulses. Otherwise, I want to gain forgiveness for something, but I don't know what that is. I don't know why I want to be forgiven for something, but I have this deep desire to be forgiven.
So you're Catholic.
You can pick whatever you want.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say it had to have to do something to do with violence, because I am a very large, I am very talented in the physical aspects of things. I let other people do a lot of the thinking for me, because I usually have much better ideas. Generally.
Since you brought it up, the way that impulses work is if you decide to activate your impulse and to somehow put the other characters or yourself in some sort of discomfort, by using it, you will gain a point of grit back. Grit is a sort of I don't know, meta currency that you can use to make rerolls or to do, all sorts of stuff, or to absorb damage to your health or to your enmity. And if I want, I can spend grit or give you grit to indulge those impulses too. So if right now I wanted to say, hey, I will spend one of my GM grit and I will force you to make it awkward by eating way more food than is appropriate for this moment. We'll just do that. I will spend one of my GM grit and say that Katie is
Follow
just.
up on grit.
What's that?
I have my 7 out of 7 grit. So
Yes.
what happens when you're full? Does that mean I get 8?
No, I have some too. So the GM also
Ooh.
has grit, so I can use it to cause you to re-roll. I can cause bad things to happen to your characters, but I can only do that if I have enough grit. So I'm going to showcase that by saying, Katie, you make it really weird. when you say like, hey, everything's on the house, and you're just like, awesome, and you've just been asking for refill after refill and asking for more kebabs
You
and more
asked for
kebabs.
I got this. I don't usually play this type of character, but you know what? It's a one shot and consequences be damned.
Yay!
Cheers!
All right, Darren, who are you playing?
I am playing Ashaya, who is a rouser. She puts her community first. She justifies her decisions in terms of morality, even when she makes mistakes. And she always sees the third way beyond violence and passivity. She is a human rebel.
Rebel. Excellent. And what is she eating, if anything?
Oh, just a soft drink to wash everything down, but just like a kebab here and there. I'm not like going overboard, but I am hearing the words all you can eat. So, just one at a time, putting the stick down the
You
plate,
want
taking
some
a
of
bite.
that? Stretch. Cross you.
All right. And finally, Ava, who are you playing?
I am playing Deeron, aka Watchdog, and they are an elf and look pretty down on their luck. They've got like a long trench coat type situation, but it's not good. It's pretty worn ragged, and they look like they might smell. But they've got they're very blunt is the nice way of putting it. They don't mince words. And they're currently eating. They've got a decent pile of food, like maybe hasn't eaten a good meal in a while pile of food. And just soft drink to wash it down.
All right.
I didn't mention what I ordered.
What did you order?
Literally one of everything to go.
All right. Why to go?
I mean, I need lunch for the week, and
Fair enough.
I didn't say I was limited to all I could eat right now.
Once you are all done introducing yourselves, oh hey, what's up? And you've already had your fill or are continuing to have your fill. Sylvester, who is a dark-skinned orc, approaches the table and brings another round of drinks. He notices the pile of plates next to Katie, and he's like, "What are you doing? What, what are you trying to put us out of business?"
Did you not mean what you said?
Of course I didn't. It's just a polite thing to say.
You should say what you mean. You should not just tell me I can have everything, because look at me. I have this figure that I have to keep in shape. I do this for in my duty as an envoy. I mean, don't offer a starving Yeti food and then tell them they can't have it.
Look around. There's plenty of Yeti here, and nobody is going crazy. Hey, lesson learned. Fine. But anyway, on to business. Thanks for coming. Don't worry about the tab. But Sapphire needs its envoys. Last night, and he just keeps He keeps looking down at the plates and just shaking his head every time he sees them. Ugh, whatever. But then he moves one of you over. Who's sitting on the edge of the table?
I'm the rebel, so I'm
Okay.
sure I would.
All right, Ashai, he just sort of scoots you over, motions for you to scoot in, and then sits next to you. And he said, "Listen, last night you were all there. We honored Gula Belmar at the festival, and you all know Gula was such an important member of the village, and she was also the longest-serving envoy that we've ever had. As the new envoys, you'll be expected to uphold Sapphire's values just like she did. And of course, you remember what Sapphire's values are, don't you?" And at this point, if you don't remember, they are all on your character sheet, but he'll remind you.
You want me to do it?
anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, please. If you have them, go ahead.
Keep out of trouble with every authority.
That's one.
Don't give aid or comfort to authorities.
That's two.
Always find food for those who need it. Like kindergartner.
That's it. You remember those things, and you're going to do just fine. So you know the values of the community. You know what you're expected to do as envoys. But what you might not know is that I was in charge of preparing Gula's house for its next resident. When somebody dies in our community, the house is cleaned up and prepared, and then given to somebody else in the community who has need. When I was preparing Gula's house, I noticed something interesting. And Gula, everybody knew Gula. She's a great woman. She did everything she could for the village. I think she might have taken her commitment to the village a little bit too far, or at least did so too secretly. Now that she's gone, we have a problem on our hands. Our way of life here is built on eating establishments. Everybody here in the community depends on restaurants for jobs and food and places to gather. So lots of folks loved coming to Sapphire just for food, which brings stands into the community too. But while I was cleaning up Gula's place, I found some documents from one of the inspectors from a place called Espartu Kebab. That's the guild which regulates and provides inspections for all the meat products in Neo-Babylon. It seems that Gula has been blackmailing the inspector assigned to Sapphire Village to get them to go easy on all of our restaurants. Come to think of it, there hasn't been a terrible review of any of our food places in years. I'm afraid that means that part of the growth and the success of our village was because we weren't burdened with all the regulations that the government uses to keep local places under control. And I'm afraid that now that Gula isn't blackmailing them anymore, they're going to come down on us even harder, and the whole village will break apart. We can't let that happen. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to find out who Gula was blackmailing in the Espartu Kebab, and then maybe find out what she was using to blackmail them, and then find a way to keep Sapphire safe one way or another. And when he says that, he sort of looks each one of you in the eye as if like to say, do we understand what I'm talking about when I say one
So
way
you want
or
us
the
to
other?
blackmail him?
I don't want to be involved. You have every authority to act on behalf of Sapphire Village as long as it gets taken care of and Sapphire is safe and thriving.
I turn to somebody next to me. I'm like, so he wants us to blackmail them.
We'll get it done.
You notice that Sylvester does not grimace when you say you want us to keep doing this. He's like, seems to indicate that is it's a position that he is very cool with. If I were you, I would check out Gula's house and her computer.
That was my first stop.
That's where I saw the evidence first. Maybe there's something else there that you can find. Most of the place is untouched. I stopped preparing the house when I found the notes. So if there's anything else that you want to ask me, now's the time. And then after this, I'm gonna be very clear about this. After this, I got stuff to do. I'm gonna get back to my normal job. We have envoys for a reason. You have every authority that you need to do the job, unless and until you misuse that authority, and then it gets taken away real quick. So do what you need to do, and do it within the boundaries of our values, and everything should be fine. Any questions for me?
Yeah, you got any more of this?
Ah, get out of here. All right. If you don't have any questions, then he sort of stands over you and doesn't let anybody come and refill your drinks. He sort of waits for you to get.
As we muster out of the booths and slide along, a swishing sound can be heard as like 15 to-go bags get pulled out from under where I was sitting, where my feet would be, but I'm a dwarf.
Shakes his head like, "Oh, you guys are killing me. This is definitely not worth the investment."
It is
All right.
if it keeps the aspartame kebab off your back.
Well, we'll see. Handle it well, and I'll think about having you back here for food.
I look at him and go, always find food for those who need it. And then as I turn around, I go, I'm just the one that needs it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. As you head out, one of the other ways that a GM can spend grit is to get an envoy to talk about their feelings, which sounds a little hokey, but it worked out pretty well in the game. So I'm going to Diron. I'm going to spend a grit, and I'm going to say pick one of the group to talk about how you felt about Katie and Dungy taking so much food.
All right. I think it would just be actually to them both, probably. And they would just turn and look at them like as they're leaving. Did you need to take so much food? There are others that need it more.
And I have found that food for those that need it.
You have taken it so that those who need it cannot have it.
I have taken it for those who need it.
You do not need it. You have just eaten your fill.
You don't know me.
I
haven't
watched
eaten
you
my
eat.
fill yet. I was just getting there.
Gluttons.
I am not a glutton. He offered. If he didn't truly have the food to give, he should not have offered it to us, the envoys, who he is asking to do this interesting task.
Hey, Opti, I feel like I'm being confronted, which is a trigger
Oh no.
Oh, great.
for impetuous.
Of course you would pick the impetuous character.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna waste all my grit here, and then so I'm gonna use a grit and trigger your impulse. What does your impetuous do?
my response is lies or deceives, even when the truth would do better. It wouldn't, but I mean, we're good here. So I'm gonna start in and be like, listen, Diron, you don't know what I do when I go home, and I have hungry children coming to my back door and begging for food because of what I make as an envoy and what I do for this community, which lays out its values very, very clearly. So don't come at me and accuse me of not living by my values when you don't know. Yeah, I just kind of keep going as long as I feel like keep going.
And Diron, how do you feel about that?
Whatever.
All right, so you've got an investigation, and the envoys are already off to a rocky start.
Diron actually would probably, midway through the tirade, the going on and on, whether or not, I don't know that they know it's a lie or not, they've given up at this point, will just like turn and walk away. like heading off to their destination.
Where is your destination?
I cannot remember the name. You've said it like 3 times. The house.
Gula's house?
Gula, that's it. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely starting there.
While they are walking away, I amplify my voice, getting louder and louder after them. Meanwhile, until I stop and I kind of fist bump Katie, and then pull a kebab out and give it to her. Making an ally.
All right.
That
So
is a question I have for the GM. How long are we all brand new to each other? We know nothing about each other, or do we have reputations or anything?
You could, for the purpose of the one shot, you can assume that you've known each other for at least a little while. I think Dungy's backstory is that they come from somewhere else and are sort of lying about being envoyish. But I think everybody else, you can assume that you have grown up in the village or been around the village for a
I was
while.
gonna say Diron is also a refugee. I don't know if that changes anything on that end.
I mean, you
So-
guys can either
I don't
grown
know
up
what
or whatever, right? Just assume that you've known each other a while and that you were chosen to be envoys, and you've had a chance to get to know each other. You may not be friends, but I mean, you're obviously not strangers.
Okay, I just wanted to get that established so some of these are time-worn little arguments between us.
Yes, you guys are always the people that are always eating too much, and Diron's always the person saying, "Gosh, why do you guys embarrass people like that?" All right, so as you roll up to Gula's house, and normally, I guess I should say that normally you would establish these interrelationships between the characters much more deeply and solidly, and you would know exactly what your role is in the community because you would create the community yourself. We're pretty limited on time here, so I didn't want to sort of spend a lot of time getting into that, but for the purposes of the play test or the game tonight, feel free to make up anything. You're not going to break anything by making up your relationships on the fly. In fact, it's kind of fun that way.
Opti, as we change scenes here, can I push something real quick?
Push something. Do it.
Push. Hey everyone, I gave Opti a tentative goal before Kickstarter launch to get 500 project followers, and we are currently at 493. So I'm gonna just drop this little linky link in the chat, and I believe, Opti, if we hit 500, you've been doing giveaways, haven't you?
I have, yeah. Every time we hit a multiple of 50, I give away another cyberpunk fantasy miniature. So,
and that's from Gangs of the Undercity, so which is the cyberpunk fantasy mini skirmish game in the same world as Subversion. So
you're not in the same world.
Get yourself some cool crap, Drek, and go follow that project page, and maybe we'll be doing another giveaway tonight on stream.
Yeah, I'm not saying they'd make good Shadowrun minis,
but they'd make good Shadowrun minis.
Shadowrun minis. So if you're into that game, which is a little bit more popular than Subversion. So.
Just a little bit.
All right. As you are headed to Gula's house is well known to everybody in the village. It's a sort of one-story affair that has the look of homes built over 50 years ago, and it seems quaint compared to the apartment buildings and the larger shops that are all around it. But its most stunning feature is the large green garden in the front, which Gula shared with folks up and down the street. It's a gathering space and a spot of quiet in a world that doesn't often get quiet. As you come up to the door, who's going in first, and are you knocking, etc.?
I would like to go in first.
Okay.
And
by the way, for people who know me, if anybody expresses an idea, most likely my character will go, "Oh, okay." So you can put that into your idea plan.
Darren's trying to more or less taking charge of the situation as it is right now because they are the investigator. That is what they do.
Okay, and since I don't think you're going to get attacked, I don't feel like I need to put myself between you and danger. Therefore, I will allow you to go through the door and possibly be punched in the face.
And I cockily lean against a tree waiting for the door to be locked because I'm really good at getting through the locks.
Yeah,
All right.
Darren's. I don't think they stopped to knock. They would just because nobody's supposed to be here.
And correct you are. The door opens up. It is not currently locked. So where do you want to look? You're in a hallway at the moment. It's got a few doors, and you can see at the far end, it sort of opens up into a kitchen. And there's a community room off to the left. There's a bathroom and looks like 2 bedrooms down the hall.
I think I want to start with trying to find her. What do you call them in this setting? Terminal?
Laptop?
Yeah, that.
Sure. Okay, so you're going to go looking for the laptop.
Mhm.
Shia, what are you going to be doing?
I'm gonna just be kind of looking around for the time being. I'm kind of more of a talker, and well, what's the lighting situation like this? Like, are all the lights functioning and on?
All the lights?
I have a light spell, so I could like do that if we need to.
Oh, yeah, the power's on. Everything's lit up. Are you looking inside the house or outside?
Oh, I'll be inside. I'll be the second one in.
Okay. Yeah, the lights come on pretty easily. Is there any
Right.
particular place you're looking, or are you just hanging out, sort of taking it all in?
I'm more of a talks to people kind of person. So if there's no other people in here, I'll wait till I'm ready to rock and roll.
Okay. As you're waiting, you are approached quite quite startlingly by a parakeety, which is like a parakeet kitty mix. Apparently, Gula had a pet griff. This is a cat-sized feline with the head and wings of a parakeet, and it sort of flies at you, and it lands on your head, and it sort of doesn't make any move to go anywhere.
And it's not being malicious.
No.
I'll be mildly annoyed, but I won't move it.
Okay. It scratches you a little bit. Where are you standing in the house?
We'll say the community room.
Okay. It scratches you towards the direction, like out and then back, as if to say, look this direction, towards the hallway.
I will trust the animal's intuition and go into the hallway.
All right. If you keep allowing it to swat your face, it will eventually lead you into the kitchen.
I have enough pets to know where this is going. They're probably just asking me to feed it, but I will continue following it.
Well, once you get into the kitchen, it just sort of flies around. Are you gonna look for food, or are you gonna just sort of wait for it to get tired?
Does it seem like it wants to be fed and then flying around, or is it like more like, hey, I'm in this room?
Do you speak Griff?
Well, hold on. I do not.
No, you don't really understand the movements.
I'll roll an observation check
Okay.
and see if there's food, and maybe I'll come across something if I roll well enough.
Perfect. Go right ahead. And the rolls in this game are D6s based on your skill rank. So if you have 3 skill rank, you'll roll 3 dice. If you have 4 skill rank, you'll roll 4 dice. And you're always going to be keeping the highest 3. And then you'll add your relevant attribute on top of that as a bonus.
If you have 1 rank, you only roll 1d6, or
if you have 1 rank or 2 ranks, you still roll 3 dice, but they are dulled. So
right? Okay, that's what the dulled means. All right, got it.
Yeah, dulled is an effect where you cannot get above a certain number. So if you have a rank 2 in something, you'll still roll 3 dice, but it's dulled 5, which means you can only get 5 on any given dice. If you only have 1 in something, you still roll 3 dice, but they are dulled 4.
That is going to be a 12 for me, Opti.
Okay. You are able to find some Griff food, and once you open that particular pantry, the Griff sort of swoops in and it's like, "Hey, ready for this? Ready for this?" And it's like clawing at you, like, "Get this done today already."
All right. Well, I will sigh deeply, thinking, maybe I had something, but clearly I was wrong, and feed the animals since I'm already here.
Yeah, excellent. So you are going to feed the Griff? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The parakeety eats, and yeah, that's what you're doing right now. What about Katie? What's Katie up to?
Katie did not decided that since there was no shouting, screaming, or noises of combat going on inside, she's not that good at that kind of stuff. So, she's just gonna kind of wander around the house, just, look and see what there is to see. How long has this person been dead?
Probably about a week.
God, I hope the parrot's not been done. Okay, I'm not on the bike. I don't know about the parrot, but I am wandering around, just kind of looking to see what's there.
Okay. If you're actively looking, then you can make an observation roll. See if you see anything.
All right, what is it? Observation. Oh, I'm so good at that. Okay, this will be exciting. I will try the subversion roll, which is
We have a dice spot for it on Discord, but it's temperamental. So if it's in the early stages,
yes, but it does do the whole dulled thing, which makes things easier for me. And I do have a plus. Okay. Modifier 2. So I give you the total.
uh-huh.
My total is 11.
All right. You are aware that from one room to another, you find some footprints. Um, they look like boot prints to you, but it's a little bit hard to tell since it's in carpet and various things. But it does look like there's some sort of sticky residue that made like a dirty boot print or something like that, and looks like it's coming from the kitchen.
I follow it into the kitchen.
All right, you see Ashaya feeding a parakeety, and then we'll go to Dungy.
No, I do ask Ashaya, did you get something on your boots?
I don't know, maybe blood?
Well, it's all tracked in here. And then I see the para what? What is it again?
Parakeety. It's a
Parakeety!
kitty. Yeah.
So I am now attracted to the parakeety, and that's what I'm going to focus on for a little bit.
All right, Dungy.
So I walk in last, I guess, thinking about how even though the door was unlocked, I will tell that story differently about how I allowed everyone access to the building. And then I'm going to look around for clues about the like the blackmail, like any documents or notes or anything. While also, if I happen to find any of their account information that I could maybe forge and get access, like that's cool too. So, just seeing what useful information might be around.
Are you looking any particular place, or are you just sort of, again, scanning generally in the house, just giving everything a once over?
Yeah, I'll go room to room. So I'll start in that first room that I walk in and then go to the next room. And
all right, the first room is a community room. And what you immediately notice is a bunch of books, some newspaper articles that are sort of framed, in which Gula is sort of pictured, and the stories are written of her, and it's the one time she saved the community from a werewolf attack. and the one time she rallied the community when there was a flood, and she helped everybody sandbag things and protected the village. And the other one about how she addressed the demon that was inhabiting people. So it's like all these things spanning 30 years of how Gula has just basically been an absolute badass hero of the community. But then you also see a rather conspicuously laid on the table handwritten note. Do you read the note?
I do read the note.
It says, "To the good people of Sapphire Village," is how it starts. And then the letter details all about how Gula has long suffered silently with a hidden illness. She fears the end is near, but she is now hopeful about the world beyond and will miss everyone greatly. And it is signed, "With love, Gula Belmar." And then with that, we will...
As a creator of bullshit, I strongly and easily identify the bullshit that is this note.
It does seem a little bit... Well, yes, you just recognize it. And from what little you know about Gula, it doesn't really seem to be in her voice. Gula was more of a very hardened, no-nonsense person who cussed a lot. So this is really not in character for her, but yet it's there. Back to Diron. You were looking for the evidence, right? That you were sent for. And what seemed to be the most obvious to you as you sort of poke your head in everywhere along the way is you see Gula's computer, her laptop that is in her room. So if that's where you wanted to start looking, you can absolutely do that.
Yeah.
All right, so you see Gula's computer, and it is password protected. What now? If you have a cyber kit or a cyber tech skill.
No. I mean, I do, but...
Hi.
I think they would...
Look around for clues.
Yeah. No, that's definitely what they would do.
Okay, so...
Is try and...
the Parakitty.
Go ahead and make an observation roll in this room.
Okay, so I have... Okay, I need help sussing this out. Okay, so under my skills, my observation is a d6 plus 3.
Yeah.
But I also have Observant Cuss as a special ability, which gives me plus 3d6 to investigation rolls.
Okay, this feels like an investigation roll to me.
So that would be the 4 ranks that I have plus 3, so 7 dice.
7d6 plus
3.
Good.
Okay, I need 2 more d6.
I think you're a little good at that.
Just a little bit. 1. I didn't grab enough d6s. Okay.
And what are you rolling?
Observation. 7d6.
Diron is a detective.
This is what I do.
Type. So yeah, this is their jam.
Okay, so what am I looking for? Is it...
What are you looking for?
On the dice.
You're keeping 3 dice.
Oh, yeah, you keep the 3 highest dice.
Keep the 3 highest. Okay, that's 3 6s.
Oh, that's a crit. You have done very, very well.
This is what I do.
Yeah. 3. So normally you would make a certain amount of success with a crit. You do 3 times as much as you would normally do. So you have gone above and beyond here. And I'm keeping track of another sort of progress track. And every time you succeed in something, I'm giving you progress on a particular track. So you have just gained 3 times as much progress as a normal success would have. And as you're looking around, you look everywhere. You're seeing some interesting things. Actually, you see a picture next to Gula's bed, and it's a picture of Gula and an orc woman, which is an odd thing because clearly nobody else lives here. But there's that picture, and you also, as you're looking around, you sort of look everywhere under the desk. Oh, look, under the desk, there's a piece of paper that says password. And it's
Gula.
Gula 1234.
Oh, Gula. Your own name?
She was quite old.
Yeah, I guess.
So probably was around before cybertech had any sort of meaningful impact on life.
Fair. Well, let's get into her PC.
You open it up, and right there in the email is it's basically an outward email to someone named Cameline Velasul. And you quickly scan it, and this is the person who's in charge of Sapphire Village at Espartu Kebab. Like, she's responsible for the inspections.
Okay.
And then
Does the subject say per our blackmail agreement? Like,
nothing quite like that, but there's definitely a reminder. Remember, I have these, documents proving your involvement. So keep our arrangement, that sort of thing, and I'll keep mine. So like it's right there, literally in black and white. Where those documents are, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I'll do some
keep looking on the computer.
Yeah, they would keep looking on the computer. Maybe she kept them digitally, but given how
on the desktop there's a folder
God.
called Blackmail Documents.
Oh, Gula, you make this too easy.
You open them up, I assume.
Yeah.
See, we have 3 more hours in which to play, right?
Yes.
I see what you mean when you said this character would make this job a lot easier.
And then it basically details how this woman, Cameline Velasul, was previously at a different company called Mess of Porridge, and she took corruption and bribes. I'm sorry, she didn't work there. She took corruption and bribes from a chain of restaurants called Mess of Porridge, in order to help get them into more marginalized neighborhoods. So she would go in and make them look really bad, give them bad reviews, and then Mess of Porridge would swoop in and buy these things at a cheap price because the previous owners had to, get out of Dodge.
Mm.
So apparently Gula found out about that and is like, hey, I have the proof here. So give us good reviews. That seems to be what's happening.
Yeah, all right. Can I copy that? So email it to myself, something?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll go back to Ashaya. You have successfully fed the parakeety, the griff. What now?
Does it at least seem to be more favorable towards me now, or is it like most animals where it's fed and now it just is indifferent towards life?
It's very hard to tell. The face of the parakeety is a parakeet, which is not really giving much away in the way of emotions. And the cat part does not seem to be, making sign language that she loves you, but she is, floating around you and not pecking at you anymore, and seems to be just happy to be playing with Katie as well. So seems to be, now that it's gotten food in its belly, it's doing all right.
We clearly can't leave it. We can't leave it.
Okay.
Shia.
Are you going to adopt the kitty? It does seem like it had not been fed for a while. So you've given it food, and now it's sort of, well, you might expect that that's what it expects from you now. Oh, you're the new food giver.
Well, I feel like one of the envoys should take it. So if Katie doesn't want it, I'll take it. But Katie seems more attached to it than I am.
I can take it, and I'm sure it will match my outfit beautifully, but also eventually it will choose its envoy, as parakitties do. So most likely the one who's allergic will end up with the parakitty, or the one who wants it least. So, but I can't. Clearly this poor animal was hungry, and so I will package up its cat food or its parakitty food and stick it in one of my bags and like either let it.
So you're okay taking on this parakitty as your own then, right? Like you're taking responsibility for feeding it and whatnot.
Absolutely. I do not think these things through. I am taking the parakeet.
Well, that's fine.
And I'm also, Jen would probably immediately take the cat because no, this cat, nobody has taken care of it for a week. That is, at least that's my supposition, that nobody's cared for it for a week. And therefore, that is
like.
that.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Therefore, it is, does it have a color? Does it have a name?
It does have a collar and it does have a name. It seems like its name, well, the collar anyway, says Oliver.
It's like, Oliver, do you want to come with me?
It doesn't understand you clearly, but it seems content to follow you around if you've got its food.
Okay. But I'm also looking at Shanti's feet to see if she actually did track in that whatever that was.
So yeah, it's actually quite easy to compare the footprints or the boot print stains with what Ashaya is wearing. Ashaya, what kind of footwear do you have on?
Just make sure there's nothing on my sheet.
You can make this.
I'm really interested.
I'm just double checking.
I'm very good on my wardrobe, so this is one of those things.
She's a rebel, specifically like a rouser. So I'm assuming she has like those stereotypical combat black boots with all the buckles all the way up.
Gotcha.
Okay, so similar boots, but these boot prints are definitely different from yours. You're not the one tracking things around.
I will point them out to Ashaya and be like, somebody was here.
Yeah, those definitely aren't mine. I'm not as good as Diron in terms of rolling investigation, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay, go right ahead. That's an observation roll. And what are you looking for in particular?
Where the boot prints lead to?
They lead to, well, Katie already discovered this. They go from the hallway out the door, but they start in the kitchen.
I can handle myself. I'll follow the boot prints out the door.
I followed Ashaya.
All right. We'll come back to you two then in a second.
And we will come back to this stream in 5 whole minutes. Look at that segue. So thank you guys so much. We will be back in 5 minutes with more of Subversion. But in the meantime, you've got homework too. Number 1 is type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win the Craft Mystery in a Box game from Tracy Nicholas and her company Mad Men and Heroes that we interviewed before the show. And you can get bonus entries as well by donating bits and subscribing. So do that while we're away. And your other homework is to go to the Subversion pre-launch page on Kickstarter and follow the project so you get notified on launch. We did go up by 1 more, so we are 6 away from 500 project followers. So you can be our hero while we are the envoy heroes, most of us, of Sapphire, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed, and the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey, it is us. We are back. I am not typing in chat right now. We are back and ready to subvert more things that need subverted. And we were just leaving off with Katie and Ashani, right? Ashaya, walking outside. And where are you taking us next, GM?
Yes, we're now going back to Dungy.
It's me!
Yeah, you found a note, sort of note that doesn't seem...
Yeah, a note from someone that is not Gunji. Wait, what's her name? Gula.
Yeah.
Um,
So what are you doing now? Like, are you gonna show everybody else the note? Are you gonna keep looking around?
no one else is in the room with me right now, so I'm just gonna keep looking around for now.
Okay, same room, or are you gonna head into somewhere else?
Probably a different room now that I've looked at this one.
Okay. There is another bedroom. There's a bathroom. There is well, there's outside, and then there's the kitchen.
What's the next closest room to this front one?
The second bedroom.
Let's do that.
All right. As you're looking around, you do not necessarily see anything that has to do with anything. But you do see, again, well, you don't know this, but there's another picture of an older orc woman on the wall. If you were watching this on TV, you would notice that it's the same woman that Diron saw next to Gula's bed. And there is a closet full of clothes for what seemed like a larger orc person, larger orc woman. And that's pretty much all that you're able to find out in here. Do you want to head somewhere else, or do you want to?
Yep. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the bathroom.
The bathroom. I hate to do this to you, but there's not much other than plenty of reading material. Seems that Gula was really into comic books and travel guides and old newspapers featuring stories about her heroics. She knew what she liked.
Me too, Gula. Me too. And then I guess hearing the two of them go outside, I'll go to the kitchen.
All right. Are you looking for anything in particular?
Still, things to help solve the mystery of the blackmail and money.
Okay. Roll observation.
Ooh, okay. So I have observation rank 3, and it says roll this 3d6 plus 3.
Then do it. You're going to keep the highest 3 dice out of 3 dice.
6, 5, and 3.
All right, add those together.
13. 6, 5. Wait.
Then
That's wrong.
14.
14.
14.
And then you said you had a +3 at the end?
Yeah.
All right, because of your awareness. So that's going to be 17. That's a great roll. And because of that, you notice that the place where the boots come from, where the sort of boot prints start, there isn't anything there that would have caused the stickiness. In fact, it looks very, very clean. But as you're looking around the floor, you see the edges sort of underneath the cabinetry. There look like splatter of something that is like up against the underside. And you're not sure what it is, but it's definitely some sort of residue of some sticky substance of something. You kind of think that it might be like food stuff, but you're not 100% sure.
Disgusting.
You want to investigate that further?
Yeah. I lay down and kind of like, actually, you know what? I'm going to grab maybe to start with like a paper towel or a washcloth and get it damp so I can like kind of scrub some on there, and I'm going to sniff it.
You sniff it, and it's a yellowish, orangish type thing, and you immediately recognize this. This is porridge.
This was a mess of porridge.
It's a savory porridge. And then we're going to skip to Diron.
Mm-hmm.
You have gotten you've gotten basically an awful lot that you were looking for quite easily because Gula hates cybersecurity, clearly.
Yeah.
What next?
I want to try and figure out who the orc woman is.
Okay.
I don't know how they would go about that in this setting.
Well, tell me this. How long have you lived in Sapphire Village?
Couple years.
Then you have definitely seen this woman around.
Okay.
You don't know or you don't remember her name, but she definitely lives in the village because you've seen her enough to know that she's a local.
Mm-hmm.
So you would assume that if you had to find out, you could probably just take the picture and ask people.
Okay.
Or somebody else who have lived here for a while might know her.
Yeah. I guess let's find the others.
Okay. They all seem to have gone out the front door except for Dungy, right? Yeah, except for Dungy, who's in the kitchen.
All right, Dungy, I've got basically all the information we need.
Cool. I've got it. So, question real quick, based on how this character sheet is written, Opti. Am I a liar under that trigger, or just a liar in general?
That's your impulse. So you can roleplay it as much as you want to, but you don't have to lie, unless it's your impulse being triggered.
Okay.
Roleplay however you want to is essentially the answer.
I really wanted to say, so 2 things. Gula is definitely straight and also died by suicide. But instead, Gula, I believe, had a same-sex relationship, and I believe it was, and he's gonna be turned away, and he's gonna go, and I believe that the cause of death was murder.
Why did you say it like that? Was it supposed to be a surprise?
Now I feel confronted. But also I know that I would be contradicting what I just said, and I want to increase my cast. So for the time being, I'm gonna glare back and say,
they're very straight-faced, by the way. They're like,
yeah. I'm gonna throw the note at his head and say, fake goodbye note from Gula, but not Gula. And second of all, what did you find out about the girlfriend?
I don't know much about the girlfriend. Though I've seen her before, I don't know her name. She's lives in the area.
Also, I think Gula was drowned in porridge.
All right, and we'll stop there and we'll head to Katie and Ashaya, who are outside now. You aren't obviously throttled when you step outside, so what are you doing?
I'm going to continue following the footprints.
Once they get outside, there's no clear direction they go. Like it was easy enough to follow the trail inside when everything was sort of cleaned up and there was a stickiness, but outside there's not much of a trail.
It'll kind of feel obvious once I get outside, but just to kind of be a little silly, I'll get closer to the ground, like I'm really looking for him, and then look at Katie and just shake my head like, no.
Huh. Okay. Maybe the parakeety can follow it. Except I'm not certain if they can. Have I ever heard of a detective?
I don't
parakeet?
know, but I can tell when an animal needs to be fed, and that's pretty much it. I don't really have any skills in handling animals.
For
So
those of you,
one of the priest characters does have the ability to talk to animals, so that would have helped in that regard. But you are welcome to have the parakeety as a pet if you'd like, if you're willing to
I do,
take
considering I know
responsibility for it.
nobody can see it, but like literally right over here, Lilu has decided that she is going to be bothering me and trying to get me to pay attention to her.
And
now
playing
that
the
I'm
part
talking about it, she wandered away.
playing the part of the parakeety tonight will be Lilu.
She is
we can all see her on Discord.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And then there was Mina. Then I guess, I mean, I will follow Ashaya and be like, well, okay, well, I guess we should find out what the rest have found.
Yeah, let's
And
regroup with everybody.
see if we can find a leash for the cat, for the parakeety.
Out of the corner of your eye, as you're turning back to go inside, and then like sort of to pull the veil back here, I was keeping track of sort of hidden progress track, and if you got a certain amount of successes in your observation rolls, then you trigger this particular event. And out of the corner of your eye, you see a sort of green glob about about as big as a car that is rolling down the street. It seems to sort of just, when it hits something like a car or a mailbox, it just sort of moves through it. And you recognize this. Those of you who have been around, let me
Mhm.
just ask, Ashaya and Katie, how long have you lived in the village?
I've been around.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm probably from around here, like born and raised.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
So you recognize this as the spirit of Lakash Street. It's just a big green slime ball that sometimes appears and basically cleans up trash along the street. You just see it rolling past Gula's house.
Does it have a name other than the spirit of Cash Street?
They call it Old Cash.
I wave at old Cash, say hello, and then turn back to the house.
Very slowly, almost like Treebeard from Lord of the Rings. He just stops and like his whole body turns and he says, "Hello."
Okay. If I would not have, I would have waited until he said hello before I turned away.
Okay.
I'll give him a salute.
All right. And then look, Old Cash, if you don't interact with him anymore, we'll just keep going and cleaning the street.
Well, and I don't want to assume all oozes are the same. Can I see through them? Maybe see what he's picked up lately?
It's not an ooze, but definitely it takes the appearance of like all sorts of bits of different trash floating in the middle of them.
Well, I guess I assumed he was busy. Does he come to a complete stop to talk to us when he says hello to us?
Mm-hmm. It's already going fairly slow.
I'll ask him if he's heard about Gula yet.
Always hear about Gula. I've heard about Gula for 30 years. That's what you call them, right? Years?
Yep.
And all that took about 3 minutes to say.
Okay. My character isn't good at investigation, so I really don't know like what else to ask him. And I'm kind of drawing a blank out of character too.
No problem. You don't have to.
Oh, actually, so do you know that Dula died?
Yes. Sad. She kept the street clean.
You don't know anybody who would be out to get her, do you?
I did not see her die. And I don't pay attention to human or goblin affairs very often.
All right, well, I'll let you get back to work, and I'll do my best to be like Gula and keep the street clean, all right?
Goodbye. And he will keep rolling down the street, picking up trash. All right, what are you doing now? You're heading back in the house?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll regroup.
All right, you have regrouped with the others. All right, others, what's going on?
I do not think she drowned in porridge. However, it may not be unrelated.
Not
She
stuck
was-
to be wrong all the time.
I did not say I was wrong. I was wrong about nothing.
So
She was blackmailing Cameline Velasul of Aspartu Kebab due to her actions with Mess of Porridge, or on the behalf of Mess of Porridge. It would not surprise me if, as you say, it was not suicide, that this Miss Velasul might have something to do with it.
Or at least Mess of Porridge, who would have a vested interest in keeping everything quiet.
Are you guys doing any more investigations?
I will wander through because clearly I'm looking for Parakitty toys and leash and harness and stuff because I'm not leaving it behind, but you know.
Ashaya, you grew up here, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who this is? I'm going to show him the picture of the orc woman.
GM, do I know who this is?
You do, in fact, know who this is. This is Tofi. She and Gula are quite often seen together. There were always rumors that they were a couple, but they never seemed to show any affection in public and didn't seem to ever want to talk about that. So, but you would assume. Maybe they were just best friends. Who knows?
Separate rooms,
Yeah.
from the looks of things.
But yeah, definitely know who she is and where her apartment is.
I'll go do one
Do I
final
know
look
what
in
she
the.
has?
Sorry, what was that?
Sarah first. I'm monopolizing.
I was going to change the subject, so go ahead, Darren.
Oh, do I know what she does as well?
Tofi?
Yeah, like what her occupation is.
Yeah, she's a gardener.
Well, that's not a Mess of Porridge employee, so. All right. I think we should go pay her a visit.
You guys would all know that there are no Mess of Porridges in Sapphire Village. Which you do think of as odd, because Mess of Porridge is like the McDonald's of Neo Babylon. Like, they're everywhere. And it does strike you as odd, once you think about it for a second, that there aren't any Mess of Porridges in Sapphire.
So probably Gula was stopping Mess of Porridge from coming in here with their shady antics. Don't you hate shady people? And in exchange for opening up a Mess of Porridge place, Caneline asked for help dealing with the Gula situation.
It doesn't matter why. All you have.
You don't matter why.
Anyway, we should find this Tofi. She may know more about what happened.
Yeah, let's drop by our house and see what she has to say.
All right.
I have to
Do
find
we know?
Oliver's
Sorry.
stuff first.
Yeah, you can definitely find Oliver's stuff. Any sort of toys.
I mean, basically, it's my way of saying I am looking through cabinets and stuff. I'm not being particularly careful, or what's the word? I'm not looking for evidence, but if evidence is there, I might find it. But more to the point, I'm making sure I can leash the parakeet, since you mentioned to me that apparently they're considered vermin, and I do not want to lose this one because it is tame. Its name is Oliver, and someone has to take care of it. And if it's not me, then it's going to be someone else. But for now, it's me.
Yeah. So yeah, you're able to easily find its stuff. One thing you do notice as you're looking through the cupboards, and since it's already been brought up at least once, porridge, is that Gula has a lot of food. It's clear that, I mean, as a goblin who was of normal size, like, she was clearly not eating all of the food that she had. Like clearly there's enough to have parties. And one thing she does not have any of is porridge.
But that's what they were saying that the stuff on the floor is.
Mm-hmm.
I will point this out to someone smarter than me. And also point out that we should probably make sure this food doesn't go to waste and goes to someone or some ones who need it.
I'll take care of it.
Of course. But where did the porridge come from and why is it all over the place?
Diron, you're probably the best one qualified to start digging that direction.
Yeah. Also, just a quick question. While I'm thinking of it, do we know who is likely to step into Gula's position as like community leader?
Yeah, that's you guys. If you don't suck.
Ew. Okay.
She had a few decades on you in the position, but yeah, you're the new ones.
Okay. All right. Well then, yeah, I'll start digging into the mystery of the porridge.
How do you
It's
go
likely
about
to
doing that?
be. Go ahead.
What were you saying, Rem?
I was just saying, don't worry. It's likely to be me with the amount of experience I have over you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Dungeons says, I will take her place. Don't worry.
No. I mean, they would just. I'm not an investigator.
Oh, you
But,
mean like Ava is not an investigator?
Ava is not an investigator, no.
I believe if you look at your character sheet, you have a portable lab that
Yes.
you might be able to use to do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
With
No,
some of
definitely.
the substance that you found.
Yeah, so like Darren gets into their I imagine they have a messenger bag or something that they carry basically their entire everything in. Home isn't actually a very safe place. There's no lock. So they pull out all kinds of like a small stand, test tubes, and all kinds of stuff. Grab a sample from the porridge and
From where?
Sciencey stuff. Whatever cleanest sample I can get that's not been trod upon.
Okay. So yeah, you can get a pretty solid sample from underneath the cupboards. You do your business, and there doesn't seem to be. Well,
You want me to make that science roll?
Go ahead and make a science roll. Yeah.
Okay, and let me see. The portable laboratory gives me a +1 on all science rolls. Okay, so that's just a flat +1.
Mm-hmm. To the
Okay,
result, yes.
Science is 3d6 + 6. Not a critical success this time. 15.
Okay, that's pretty solid. You can tell that this is absolutely porridge. There doesn't seem to be any poison in it, but you happen to know that there are some poisons that wouldn't show up in your scientific equipment. Like, it is possible that there is some sort of magic poison, but you're not the kind of person that would be able to see that.
Ashaya, you have mystical arts things, right?
Yeah.
Know of any, well, magical-based poisons that might, or have any way to test for such?
My magic is more helping people believe the words coming out of my mouth, kind of thing.
You still could make a shine perception test, because you can see see behind the veil, as it were, a little bit easier than most people. So if you make a magic arts roll plus your awareness, that would be the way you would go about that. Sort of switch your perception into the other realm.
Okay, so for my rank, you mean, not my modifier?
Whatever your magic arts rank is, that's what you would roll, and then you would add your awareness to that on as a modifier. Do,
13.
Yeah, so you can definitely tell, like, you're not sure that it's poison, but you do think it's odd that this porridge has a sort of magical residue to it.
I will pass that along to our detective. Sorry, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely magical of some sort.
And Diron, you're actually, while Ashaya is doing that, you're definitely able to tell that whatever's on the boots is the same substance as what is splattered everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Guys are headed. Is there anything else you're doing now?
What size boot?
That's a great question.
I mean, there's a varying range of sizes in this, so it might help narrow some things down.
Yeah, it doesn't look like every boot print is the same. You can make out at least 3 different sizes, but they're all within a sort of adult elf to orc range of boot size.
3 different people?
Unless somebody's wearing different sized boots on each
I think
foot.
it would be hard to wear 3 different sizes of boots, I think. Everybody's bipedal, right? There's
So
no
far.
quadrupeds.
There are, but
it's always the centaur.
There haven't been any centaurs or.
Okay, I don't think centaurs would wear
not
boots.
in the village for a while.
I need art of a centaur in boots now. Like I just do.
Also, if they did, they would be much larger than sized for an orc. Okay, multiple people. Okay. Anyway, I believe we should find
centaur
Tofi.
Boots that are like nailed on, right? like these boots, they zip, right? Like they zip up. Anyway. All right, so you've got some information, and you want to head to Tofi's place, then?
Yeah,
I believe that's our best next stop.
All right. You head down the way. It's not terribly far, maybe 2 blocks or so. What's your posture as you're walking there, if you don't mind me asking? Like, are you sort of relaxed? Are you focused?
Oh, focused.
Same.
Darren is very focused.
I look good.
I'm very focused too, because it was my idea to come talk to her. So.
Mm-hmm.
No, I look good. I actually probably have the Oliver on a leash at this point and trying to settle him either on a shoulder or in a bag or just get him comfortable. But he is now with me, and since we're in the city. I know how to dress and I know how to walk, and I always have a good time doing it. So I am saying hello to people as we walk by. I am.
Looks like a bum on a mission.
Okay, fair enough. So you're all sort of focused on various things. You arrive at Tofi's apartment. Do you knock or do you try to open it up or?
Let's knock first.
For sure.
Tofi answers. She is an elderly woman who looks good for her age. She does not have any sort of graying hair, but she's definitely old, and especially, you know, her greenish skin sort of holds her age well. And she is an orc. She's got fairly large tusks, and she's fairly well built. But she's also got a very flowy sundress on. So she's sort of um, an interesting looking woman. But she's very, I guess, pretty and very well built for her age. But she says, "Oh, hello. How can I help you? You're the new envoys, if I'm not mistaken."
Yes. At this point, Darren kind of just looks at Ashaya because I don't do the people thing.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
I know people find me off-putting. I'd rather her not toss us out.
Just like looking at her in the face, like,
I know how people perceive me.
You just knocked on my door.
But they're with me. We're all together.
Who's there? Oh, wait. No, I'm the knock knock.
So seeing Diron look at Ashaya, then Tofi would also look at Ashaya like, "Hi, envoy."
Hi, you're correct. We are the new envoys. One of our first, I guess, missions is what you call them, I think. I'm not sure, but we've been tasked with investigating the death of
Gula.
Gula, thank you. The death of Gula.
You're investigating her death?
Yeah, unfortunately, we are gaining more and more reasons to believe that it was a homicide.
Oh no, that's awful.
So I happen to
Actually,
be very, very good with orcs. Like, I get +2 dice
Ooh,
with orcs.
okay.
And since I'm not certain we should actually be having this conversation on the street, I very expansively be like, yeah, let's come on, let's go inside, let's have a conversation. Do you see who I've got here? Oliver?
Oh, it's Oliver.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
oh, yeah,
and
why don't you
I
come
want to
on
be
in?
persuasive and get everybody off the street and into the house because maybe this person is hiding something, or maybe we shouldn't be having this conversation on the street. But I
Well,
know
that's why you guys have charisma-based skills with orcs, goblins, and Yetin.
Yeah, come on in. Come on in.
Yeah.
She will put the conversation on hold once you come in, and she will make you some tea. And she has some scones that are made with the goblin odd fruit that Gula always loved. She says, and she says, "I don't like them myself, but you know, I've been making them for the last week." And she offers you hospitality and sits down in a relaxed posture to talk.
Thank you.
What
Do
makes
you
you
know?
think that she was murdered? That's awful.
Yeah, she drowned in porridge.
No, do not listen to him.
Excuse me? Don't listen to me? Okay,
Yes.
you are the one who doesn't know how to speak to people and is trying to lead this conversation like you're some sort of leader face, which you are clearly not and clearly inexperienced. And also maybe you want to buy a new jacket. So instead, how about you let the grown-ups talk?
We have found evidence that it was not suicide.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, calm down one at a time. You then with the hat. She points at Diron. What can you walk me through what's going on, please?
Are you aware of her interactions with Velasul?
That name does not sound familiar. I
A
really
Spartu
didn't.
kebab.
I really didn't get involved in Gula's envoy business.
Um, less envoy, more blackmail.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gula did a lot of stuff that that made me
No one,
uncomfortable, and I just never
of
wanted to
course.
hear it. You do see behind her on the shelf is a picture framed with Gula in it, similar to the one of Topi that you saw in Gula's house.
Okay.
Can I roll observation as like a judge intentions kind of thing?
Sure. You'll roll. Let's see. Why don't you roll influence plus observation or plus awareness? Or observation plus charisma. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
There's charisma.
And ooh, it's only an 8.
Oof.
Well, I mean, you're not really able to tell if she's trying to snow you or not. I mean, she doesn't seem obviously like she's trying to. I don't know what you're looking for, but you don't.
But just basically,
Whatever it is, you don't find it.
if you want to ignore the rule and just tell me anyways, then don't. No, I'm kidding. So I will say to her, realizing now that she has no interest in talking about Gula's business, I will be like, as we're gathering more evidence, is there any reason or person you can think of that would cause Gula harm? I mean, you probably knew her better than anyone else.
No, Gula was. I'm very surprised. Gula was very healthy, and you know,
We did find a mess of porridge in the kitchen, but she did not have any in her cabinet.
you found. Hold on, you found
Porridge.
you found porridge in a mess, or you found mess of porridge. The mess of porridge
Yes.
is the company, right? Like, but you found
Right.
a mess that happened to be made of porridge, or you
I am
found.
assuming both, actually.
Well, how would you know?
That is part of the blackmail.
Oh,
Involved mess of porridge.
you think
Can I make a deception?
to do what?
I would like to say, as we've been investigating, we just came from discovering that Gula had written very specific instructions regarding this blackmail, to have, in case something ever happened to her, to have these business arrangements fulfilled through you, which may mean that you are a target if she was indeed targeted. So any knowledge you have or honesty would be very appreciated, and also to your benefit at this point.
Oh my, that doesn't sound very much like Gula at all. Are you sure? Can I see the letter? I would
It is
definitely be able to
not
tell her
because
handwriting.
he is lying. We found no such thing.
Excuse me, actually, and I'm going to get up and rifle through my bag while forging a letter from it with Gula's handwriting.
All right. I'm going to I'm going to use one of my grit, and I'm going to force you to see this through to a very uncomfortable conclusion.
Can I use my grit to make it really good?
If you want to choose to use your grit instead, then you will gain some grit back. Well, you haven't used any, but
Yeah, I haven't used any yet, and I do get a +2 in all deception tests to make forgeries.
all right, knock yourself out. make that forgery roll while
So I rolled
rifling through your bag and writing it.
I rolled deception, so that's 3d6 +2, plus the 2 from my forgery, and then what does grit get me?
You could use grit to re-roll any of your dice. So if you get a bad roll, you can just re-roll that dice. On a 1 to 1 basis.
I did roll a 1, so I'm gonna spend 1 to re-roll that 1.
Okay.
6, 6, 6.
All right. So you you amazingly pull off this feat, having never seen Gula's handwriting before. or let me ask the question. You've seen a note written presumably by Gula. Do you try to copy that?
No, because I knew that wasn't Gula.
Okay.
I would have looked for anything, like while I was looking around her place, I assume there's something that she scribbled on or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. So you produce the letter, and Tofi looks at that and says, "Oh my goodness, this is so weird. This doesn't sound like Tofi at all, or like Gula at all, but I guess she knows best. What do you need me to do?"
I look so smugly at at
You
your
just tricked a
character.
grieving woman to one up your friend.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
lame.
will.
People don't know that.
I will be willing to take the burden off of your shoulders if you are uncomfortable with it.
I really don't want any part in this, but I will do whatever Gula needs me to do. So what are you guys trying to get out of Tofi at the moment?
I was trying to lead towards anything, because it seems like she likely stayed at Gula's place at least occasionally, given that we found clothes of her size. Basically, it's been about a week, so anything leading up to Gula's death that might stand out, be weird, people hanging around, anything like that.
The only thing that she can give you is she asks you to keep it secret.
Of course.
But she can produce a love letter that was written by Gula to Tofi, which has a definitely softer tone than you were used to, but also has handwriting that doesn't match the note you found, or the tone, and doesn't mention anything about Gula being sick. So you definitely can extrapolate that whoever wrote the note was trying to cover for something.
Okay.
Otherwise, Tofi doesn't really know much at all about.
When did she get the note?
The love note?
Yeah.
He says probably a month or 2 ago. But they had plans to go visit, X, Y, and Z place. So clearly, Gula was not planning to die.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. My brain went on different tracks. I got it now. Get where you're going. Okay.
And all I was trying to get out of Tofi was if she knew anything to protect herself. So
yeah, Tofi does not know anything else useful. You can probably surmise.
I feel very sure about that now after my excellent deception.
But she might be a target. Who knows? You might be right. I'm gonna. Tofi gets up and sort of excuses herself. Meanwhile, I'm going to spend a grit, and I've only got 2 grit left. But I want to know how Katie feels about watching this whole spectacle go on between Diron and Dungy.
Mouthful of scone. I am aware that this is a problem, that these two are butting heads too much and in front of people that they shouldn't. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do about this. I almost put my hands over both of their faces to stop them from arguing, but then I decided that would make it look even worse. Plus, I might hurt them, and I don't want to do that.
I will point out, Diron was not arguing.
Aaron was just a word I can't say on Gen Con TV.
Yeah. All I'm saying is the two of them are disagreeing, and Katie is noticing that is happening a lot. So she's thinking about that, pondering, asking Ashaya what they should do, because Ashaya is smart and does magic and stuff. And these scones are really, really good. And I wonder if Tofi would like to take care of Oliver for a bit, or if she would miss the pet.
When Tofi comes back and you mention it, she says that she could probably take care of Oliver for a bit, but she's a little bit allergic, and so it's not a great long-term solution.
Oh no,
She did try to
I'm
look
happy
for.
to take care of her.
Okay, she did say that she tried to look for Oliver a little bit right after Gula died, but it looked like maybe Oliver had gotten out, and so she didn't see her. Um, and that's why.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But he was inside when we went in there, and the door was closed.
Oh, that is odd.
That is very odd. I do not have enough hands for all of you. So what you guys are now hearing is Pharaoh. This is Isis. Okay. But that is what I am thinking. I have decided that I'm going to dump the problem of the two who are very much disagreeing on Ashaya, but not immediately. Okay, fine.
All right, so you finish up with your scones and tea, and Tofi asks if there's anything else she can do for you.
No, I think we could probably see herself out. Although I do have a question or two more for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I didn't know her as well as you did, obviously, but Gula seems very resourceful, especially as an envoy.
Oh yeah.
If she knew she had enemies, do you think that she would have like a secret hiding place that only you or someone close to her would know about?
Secret hiding place? No.
In her apartment that we would have missed originally.
Gula seems to have done everything. I mean, as far as I've known her, she always did everything very upfront and in the eyes of everybody. She seemed to like getting noticed.
Hmm.
Anybody else have any other questions? I didn't want to cut it off.
That was a very good question, Ashaya. And Tofi, thank you so much for your time, and so sorry for your loss.
All right, dear.
Let me
and
know
then,
if you ever want to see Oliver.
oh, I'm certain I will. If I'm being honest, it is a little bit hard at the moment. I wasn't quite prepared to see him today. It brought back some feelings, but that's to be expected. I'm going to sit with them a bit, and all will be well.
I will come back later and pick him up, and I will take care of him unless you change your mind. But
I appreciate that, dear.
But he needs to be taken care of, and I will do it if you do not want to. But you have, I guess, right of first refusal.
Oh, you're so sweet. I think I'm good with no pets, but I'd be happy to take care of him whenever you need me to.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I will I will let her babysit the Parakitty, because I don't actually have anything set up for Parakitty at home yet. And if they're anything like my cats, they will be all over and very noisy.
All right.
As they're making their way out, Darren is actually going to drop a couple microlinks, one in like the front room and then one overlooking like the entrance.
Okay.
If considering her connection with Gula, she might be a target. Mostly that, but also I think Darren's pretty suspicious as it comes, so maybe she does know more and might contact somebody, and then I can hear said conversation.
All right. So you're spying on Tofi. Got it.
watching over her. I'm watching over her.
Fair enough.
For Gula.
I was the liar.
As you walk out,
I'm not telling anyone.
you close the door, and almost immediately, once the door closed, and I believe that Diron was probably the last one out. You have 3 people. There is an elf woman, a human man, and another orc man. They are all dressed in blue coveralls, and they've got sort of work boots on, and they have a bat and a knife and a crowbar, and they come from the side of the house and they swing on you. And I believe that's
And we will find out what happens
in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes when we come back. And you guys know your homework, those of you watching at home. Number 1 is to type hashtag REMPC in the chat to enter to win the Craft Mystery in a Box game and have it sent to you from Mad Men and Heroes. And number 2 is donate bits and subs to get bonus entries to win the really cool prize, because honestly, I want it this week because it's like an escape room mailed to you and I want to play that. And number 3, go to the link that we're about to drop in chat and follow Subversion by Fragging Unicorns Games on Kickstarter. And hopefully we'll see the Kickstarter page get up to 500 followers tonight. We're 6 away. 6. Please go follow the page so you get notified on when this game launches on Kickstarter in a couple months. So we'll talk to you soon. Be back in 10 minutes, everyone.
Yeah. In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell!
Spells.
Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell. 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 Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back, everyone. We have made it through several scenes. Previously on Subversion, our envoys were assigned to investigate a blackmail situation under the former envoy, and we are taking up the slack after she passed away, searched her place, found some information about a possible retaliation for this blackmail, and that her death may not have been from old age as we initially thought. And then we checked out her secret girlfriend's involvement, which there was none. And now we were just leaving Secret Girlfriends when we are approached by some scary figures.
Approached is a very tame word for what's actually happening, because they have surprised you and are swinging all sorts of implements at your collective heads.
Now-
So
This is the point where I point out that I am actually good at something.
okay,
As a fighter and a spiritual person, I actually have a meditation on, float like a butterfly. I have a +2 to guard, and as an interrupt action, I can spend 1 grit to increase my physical armor. And I am, while surprised, I will be reacting very much to protect the smaller ones, because they're
Okay.
all.
That's perfect. So yeah, you are a Yojin, which is sort of mystical martial artist, and sublime powers are basically always on. So you said that's your meditation is float like a butterfly.
Yep. I have and apparently I can move. I can take an action to switch the meditation, which means I can either move freely, take no damage from falling, and always landing on my feet, which I don't think I'm going to use in this particular one. But the other one is I can add +1 to all physicality related tests related to movement, and spend grit to get a range increment. Does that mean my range of punching goes, or clawing?
If physicality usually involves like movement, so it probably mean you could close distances quicker.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, in Subversion, there's 3 different kinds of magic: sublime, sacred, and arcane, and they all sort of work differently. But we'll see if anybody else has any magic to throw around. Right now, you're getting crowbarred and batted and knifed to the head in this surprise round. So, Katie, if you do see one of your friends getting attacked, you can definitely spend grit and throw yourself in the way.
I will absolutely do that.
All right, so thug number 1, we'll just call this the elf woman, is going to attack, and I'm not going in any particular order other than Diron was the last one out. So Diron, you're going to get an attack. Let me pull up my dice roller as the one who knew this was coming. I think I'd be more prepared. All right.
So free action can be taken anytime?
No, a free action is just free on your turn. It doesn't cost on every turn you get a main action and a backup action. Free actions are sort of add-ons to that. You can take them at any time. To do an interrupt action is something that you can do at any time. So this elf woman who is going to attack, and she's got a 13. Does that meet or beat your guard?
Yeah, my guard is 10.
All right. So that is going to do. What did I say she had? A knife? Or was she the bad one?
I don't know that you specified who had what.
All right, we'll say the bat. So that's going to be 2d6 damage.
And does armor just reduce that by the amount of armor that you have?
Yeah, so that does 8 damage. So if you have any armor, then just take that down.
I have armor of 1.
Okay, so you get 7 damage.
Ow.
Before that, can I use the interrupt action back off?
To do what?
It says when an ally would take grit damage, you may take it instead.
Crit damage is normally, in this context, that's an old character sheet is what it is. It should say enmity damage. So when somebody is like verbally harassing your friend, you can tell them to back off.
Okay.
And basically stick up for them instead, right? Somebody goes like, "You're so stupid," and you'd be like, "Back off!" And now it's focused on you instead. So Darren, I had a question from you in the chat. No, we did not forget initiative. This is a surprise round. So the next one, and then we'll call this one the knife person, is going to attack. Let's see, who was. See, I think Katie, I think you were the next one out because you were talking about Oliver stuff.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an attack with a knife. This is frightening. Being attacked with a knife is not something that you love. So it has a frightening value of 5. So you're going to take 5 enmity damage right away from somebody threatening you with a knife. And then they're going to roll versus your guard.
Why can I not change this on the sheet?
Oh, if you want
We
to
only
change
have view
things on the
access.
sheet, then yeah, make a copy of it and you can change all you want.
Okay, I will just. Oh. 28 of 28.
Oh no! Does an 8 hit your guard?
Not even close to. I mean, not even close. Like, do I really lose that much anonymity? Because
yeah, you've been down this road before. If you have adamant, if there's anything that you have, if it says adamant will reduce enmity damage in the same way that armor reduces. So like in character creation, you can decide like, oh man, like I've been around the block. I'm not threatened by
yeah, no, I don't have that on this particular character.
And then the next one with the crowbar is going to attack, let's see, Dungy, because they don't like your glasses, I guess.
I wouldn't hit someone with glasses, but this crowbar would.
What's with my rolls? I hopefully you have a very low guard. Does 6 hit your guard? That was an awful roll.
My guard is 8.
Oh man!
I want to hear about your rolls when you took me down to less than half health already.
Don't worry, I'm coming to protect you.
All right, now that was a surprise round. So now we're going to enter into what's called cinematic time. So everybody just list me your initiative scores, please.
15.
15 was Dungy, or 15 was Diron?
Diron.
Okay.
Yeah. Katie is 9.
Katie has 9.
12.
That was Dungy. And Ashaya?
11.
Ashaya has 11. All right. Diron, you're the first to go in this round.
Yeah, I'm going... Okay, 2 things. I'm going to take an action to scan the scene. Which is a 46 plus 3 versus the vigilance, and I think I'm going to focus this on the woman in front of me, because that hurt. Ooh, nice. And what did I say that had? A plus 3? Yeah, so that's a 19 versus her vigilance.
Not only is that a success, that is
Is that a
That is a
dynamic success?
dynamic success. So you do well, if it has a particular something that says
It
dynamic
does.
success, then what is it?
So, if successful, the GM must reveal any weaknesses, immunities, or exclusivities the target possesses.
Mhm.
If the roll is a dynamic success, allies gain +1 dice to all actions with the same target this cinematic.
Okay. So every time anybody takes any actions with this elf woman as the target, you gain +1 to the result. What you're able to tell is that this person clearly does not want to be here. They are scared, but they do seem committed to
Okay.
the action, right? Like this is clearly not somewhere they want to be. They're clearly not like comfortable doing it. They're like not stone cold killers or anything like that. But they do seem to have an amount of emotion behind what they're doing.
So Deeran's like pointing out every weakness in her stance and everything like that to the group. And then free action, I'm going to use my ability See the Probabilities, which I spend 1 grit, and I can add my wit to all my defenses for 1 round.
Fantastic.
That's what I
gonna
wanted
come in
to
handy
use
when
during
they-
the surprise round.
when
But I
they-
couldn't.
Fair enough.
That would have helped. I'm
Dungy,
not bitter.
your go.
That's me. In the first round of any cinematic, I may add +3 influence or deception rolls while suffering -3 vigilance for using passionate confidence. So, is that like using my words to be like, you don't want to mess with this?
If you wanted to somehow solve this non-violently, then you can do that. So basically, right now, if you keep fighting, you'll have to take their health down to 0, essentially, in order to end the cinematic. Or you could say, I don't want to do that. I want to do something else and end the cinematic some other way. And then I would create another progress track that you would have to sort of do simultaneously while they're fighting, which is totally possible to do. So if you say, I want to, scare them off, or I want to talk them down or whatever, then you do that and then we'll proceed from there. And then you would get bonuses on that from acting from your
Okay. So I cannot fight worth a damn. So I'm going to kind of slink to the back of the group and then get out my little gadget that I usually have in the picture. It's like one of those like handheld things with 1 button on it. And I'm going to push that button and say, this has a dead man switch. And all of the communication we have gathered about the blackmail that will lead them right to Mess of Porridge and to you will go to not Lone Star.
The Lojax.
The Lojax. If you don't stop right now.
All right. Make that deception roll. And remember, you get +1.
Oh no, it's the Jacks.
And I get the +3 to influence or deception rolls.
Yep.
So that's +4 then?
Uh-huh. +4 plus whatever charisma bonus you have as well. So you stand a pretty good chance of doing fairly well here. Plus their vigilance is only 10. I see a
triple
dynamic
ones.
success. Yeah,
17.
That's a dynamic success. So you make double progress. What's your charisma? What's your charisma score, Dungy?
+2.
All right. All right. Anything else?
I made my threat, and I'm just going to stand behind the Yetin.
Yep, you backed off, made the threat, and now it's Ashaya's turn.
I quickly identify myself as like the second best fighter, assuming the Yeti knows how to fight.
Good assumption.
Apparently, I'm just slow.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. I will go after the woman whose weaknesses are identified, though, because I'm not exactly super sure of my abilities. I just know that I've been in a couple fights and know how to melee.
Okay. You can fight. Your character is more geared towards social. So if you wanted to follow Dungy's track, you could continue with their success, with their progress, or you can continue to fight with Katie. Either way. Your character is pretty balanced, so you could go definitely either way.
Well, here's what I'll do. That way,
I didn't
I'll
mean
do
to shut you
a.
up.
To get out of character for a second, I worry that if I do a social thing, I might end it now, and then Jen knows he's gonna get a turn.
That's very
So
unlikely.
that's, oh, okay. Well, then I'll use the social.
So good.
I'll switch to the back of my sheet here. Give myself a quick reminder.
Also, depending on what you're doing, like if you're threatening, then physical damage will also progress the track. Right, like beating somebody down and threatening them to give up are not mutually exclusive.
Tends to be pretty effective when used together.
Yep.
Well, here's what I'll do as a free action. I will do a Ditty of Darkness to provide a -4 penalty to all checks in the area. No, I'm assuming that's not going to make them blind per se, but it'll at least help. How I put it, like make us have the upper hand because they're kind of dim and we're not.
Sure.
And then I will say, not deception. I'll say it's an influence role. Like, do you guys really think it's smart to be jumping the group of envoys like you were that little old lady?
All right. Remember, you get a +1 to this roll.
+1 d6 or +1 to the modifier?
+1 to the result. Yeah. Gen Con TV. Go check out.
That is an 18.
18.
Nice.
Is it a natural 18? 3 6s or?
No, it's 2 6s, a 2 +4.
All right, that's another dynamic success. You can see that their confidence is definitely shaken. They are not sure that they want to continue the fight, at least mentally, but their bodies are still in it. Is that the rest of your turn?
That's my free and my main, so yeah.
All right, Katie, it's your turn.
All right. I am just going to claw the crap out of the person who tried to stab me.
All right.
6, 5, 5, 16 plus 3 is 19.
Ooh, that's a dynamic success. So that means
And
you're
it
going to do
says on, it does what?
you're going to do double whatever damage you would have done otherwise.
Okay, so it says on success deal 4 plus brawn damage, comma, AP1.
Armor piercing. They don't have any armor, so that's not relevant in this case.
Right, well, double, so that would be 8 doubled 16.
All right, 16. That's exactly what kind of health they have. So they're going to use one of their grit to stay at 1 health. That was exactly what you needed.
Free action?
What's that?
Is speaking a free action?
Yeah. Well, if you're not trying to actually do anything, like if you're not.
No, I basically follow it up with a roar to the face.
Yeah. Well, they are significantly terrified now. Let's see. I think between between all of you, you have put the fear of Marduk in them. The one who you just damaged, who had to spend grit, that's the trigger for her to start running away. The other two are not quite there yet, but they're not uh, their heart's not in the fight anymore. It's not going to take very much to push them over the edge. But in the meantime, they are going to attack their targets again. I believe that the one with the bat was swinging at Diron, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So let's just keep that train going.
Great.
How about a
Not
10?
gonna- No,
Because you use your
because
your
I use
abilities.
see the probabilities.
Well,
Makes it 13.
And how about the crowbar person to Dungy? Oh, I guess they're gonna have to go behind Katie. So we'll
I probably need more life in that one.
Yeah, I'll just swing at Katie. Does a 12 hit your guard, Katie?
I have an interrupt action to spend 1 grit to increase my physical armor by 2 for 1 attack, so no.
All right.
I went from 12 to 14.
Oh,
Heck
all right.
yeah.
Well, lame. Then the other one is running away now. They're at short range for the moment, but it is Diron's turn. As Diron thinks, go to kickstarter.com/project/fraggingunicorn/subversion to be our 495th follower.
Okay, so is it just the one running away, or is it now 2 that I've...
One is running away.
Okay,
elf
just the
woman
one.
is running away. Oh wait, was it the elf woman? No.
No,
was
elf
the,
woman had the bat.
Yeah, it was the
Knife woman.
the human man. Yeah, with the knife.
Knife.
Well, I will spend another grit for my see the probabilities again, because I really don't like being hit.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give a good look at the orc, see if I can figure out their weaknesses.
I'm gonna save you that roll or
Okay.
that use, and just say that you're gonna find the same thing applies.
Okay.
To them. I'm gonna say you got a good look at all 3 of them when you
Okay.
used it the first time. That would be a very unsatisfying use of the power if I just said the exact same thing.
I mean, if you're doing that, then I guess I'm not really good at combat in the physical sense. I guess I could try to punch her, the woman who's been batting me.
Make that roll.
That would be melee combat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have 2 ranks.
So your roll is gonna be dulled, which means you can't
Right.
get 6s.
Right. Okay.
The highest you can get in any dice is 5.
But it's still 3d6 that I'm rolling.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay. Well, I didn't roll any 6s anyway. 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. What's my 13?
Yeah, 13 hits.
Woo! Puncher.
What kind of damage are you doing?
I don't know.
It would be I believe just brawn or 1d6.
Okay.
Brawn.
My
1d6.
brawn is 0.
Okay, so just 1d6.
All right. 4.
4 damage. All right. All right. Next up is Dungy.
That's me. All right, so I did my passionate confidence.
You did start that track to sort of intimidate them into backing off, so that's something that you can still do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use threat.
Okay.
Because I'm totally full of garbage. I let go of the button and I say, team, the Lawjacks will be here in T-minus 120 seconds. I'm totally lying. It's great.
We all know that.
At least out of character.
When I successfully use the threaten action, I decrease their vigilance by 3 for the rest of the scene. If I inflict anonymity damage as part of a threat, increase the damage by 2.
Okay. Yeah, threats do sometimes do anonymity damage, especially if you're threatening with like a knife or some other sort of weapon. Or big claws.
Do I need to roll anything for the threat?
Yeah, you roll a influence or influence or deception, depending on what you're saying.
Deception.
Yeah.
All right. So, and do I get my bonuses from before still, or what?
Ava, did you keep that +1 thing going on? No, you swung instead, I think.
Let me see if that has
you don't-
a.
And you don't get the bonuses for the.
It says this cinematic,
Okay,
so
then
it's
yes,
not
you get
just
the
a round
+1.
of conflict.
But you don't get the +3 because that was only during the first.
Just the +1. Okay. $16.
Oh yeah, that's a good roll. So, the other two who were already sort of questioning their life choices now decide that they're also going to run as well. So we're still in a cinematic. Do you want to run after them, or do you want to be done?
Is that a question for the group or for me?
For you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not chasing, but I will, kind of like I did with earlier. As they run, I will get louder after them. 119, 118, 117, 116.
Alrighty. Shia, it's your turn. You can give chase, or you can just chill.
All right, gang. I've never really role played with half of you, so how do we feel about hostages and interrogations here?
I am all for at this point grabbing one and having a conversation with them.
So we don't have to hurt them to talk to them. We just got to see them, right? All right, I will chase after one.
Okay. Then this becomes a chase. They have 3 turns to try to get away, and you have 3 turns to try to catch them. You're gonna have to use physicality, and I'm gonna set that at. They're not very skilled, so I'm gonna set that at 11. So go ahead and roll a physicality.
Well, that's good because neither am I.
I'm very good at physicality.
Not.
I'm rolling.
You have a-
4+1.
Katie has a number of skills that will come in handy in this particular.
I'm great at it too, actually better than all of you.
Oh, I'm sure you are, but you don't have to show it. You don't want to show me up because this is the one thing I'm good.
Yeah, I got you. I'm a good friend.
Wow, I still got a 10 on that.
You got a 10?
Yeah, dulled 4+1.
That's not going to do it unless you want to spend grit and re-roll.
Yeah, I should do that. I will do that.
Okay.
Do we have a way to roll d6s or just a single d6?
If you're doing it in Discord, you could do /polyhedral,
Oh, okay, cool.
and then you'll have to click on whatever. Click that little thing and then enter 1d6 or whatever. Click input.
That breaks it from a 10 to an 11, Opti. Does that?
That's what you needed, my friend. That's what you needed.
Oh, really?
Nice.
No. So you did amount 5 progress, and then it becomes Katie's turn. One of them is a short distance ahead of you. The others just started running.
I just want the closest one.
Okay.
And I'm going to shift my meditation to light body, which means I have a +1 on all physicality tests.
Nice.
And then I'm going to also spend a grit so that I can have an additional range increment if it's needed.
It's not needed, but what will happen if you do that is you will actually move ahead of them. So you will actually have an increased benefit, or actually your progress track, the amount of progress you need will get much lower.
Okay, well, that is,
You appear in front of them like, no.
that is 6, that is a 5, that is a 6. 6, 17 plus 5 is 22.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what what happens now is that Katie just sort of shimmers a little bit and then just like shoots off in front of these people, and now just is standing right in front of one, and it just runs right into her hand. And the other one's just like, okay, what's going on? We give up. So you have caught 2 of them. The other one is right on the other side of Katie. If you wanted to let them go, that's fine. But you've caught the other 2 that were closer.
Just need to. I don't care about the person behind me.
They are not putting up a fight. So Daron, if you don't want to do anything, then that will end the well, I guess if everybody else doesn't want to do anything or keep the chase going.
Oh, I kind of want to try something. It'll only happen if Darren can catch up. My idea is if I could catch up and make it look like I fumble and then they get away, I could drop a microlink on them.
Oh, that would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I figured. It's a long shot, but I want to give it a try anyway. It's a one shot. Why the hell not?
You absolutely could. It would require you to make a very good physicality roll, and then you'd have to make another roll to try to place it on them. But
Okay.
it's possible.
Well, I have grit. I'm going to can I decide to spend the grit to ignore Dold after I roll, or do I have to do it before?
I'm going to be kind and say you can do it whenever.
Okay. Because my physicality is a Dold 4. So
Yeah,
not very physical.
even as you're saying it, like, you know what? That should probably not be the rule.
Never mind.
Didn't quite make it, did you? All right.
I didn't even get a 5 on that roll.
So
that's an 8.
You start to run, you go like, never mind.
Start to run and get a stitch in one side.
We can just
Yeah, it was a total of an 8.
All right, no, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
Dungy, do you think you want to stay? You weren't making much of a move to follow him anyway.
If seeing everyone else is moving up, I'll kind of approach and push the button again and say, Lojax, we have this under control. Cancel backup.
Fair enough. And Ashaya. You're so committed. I love it.
I mean, if we caught one, we caught one. Like, I was kind of like, that was where my head was at.
You caught 2.
That's twice as good as I thought we were going to do.
All right. So the other one runs away. It was the human with the knife. Gets away. You choose not to chase them, but you've got 2. You've got an orc man and an elf woman. They drop their weapons. And how do you want to handle this?
I would like to put a hand
maybe
on the
shows do it.
back and move them forward.
You guys are talking at the same time. Can you say that again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Jen, go ahead. Just say what.
I'm basically gonna put a hand on the backs of each of their necks and just kind of move them forward to the smart people who can say something or ask something. Because all I can do is like little shakes, like answer the question, or be intimidating.
All right. So Katie's holding them. What's your move, y'all?
I was just cracking a joke saying that the move is to put them each in separate rooms and see who talks first.
Who cracks first?
Well, they're not willing to fight you, and they clearly aren't any good at running away. So what do you want to do with them?
I will look at clearly the most smartest person in the room.
Me. Okay, so I'll step up and say,
So Mess of Porridge sent you.
I'll say, where is Canaline?
Who?
What's her name? Valasul. Where's
Canaline
Valasul?
Cameline Velasul, yeah.
Who is that? I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
look
you
at
guys were
Amy.
sent by Mess of Porridge,
Is
right?
that
You're
orc
employed
chick
by them.
that you guys were. Wait, what's that?
You're employees of Mess of Porridge, yes.
Well, I mean, yes, and then you look at their onesie coveralls, and there's a little
Jumpsuit?
jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a little Mess of Porridge logo on it,
Yeah.
right? They clearly, this is clearly the Mess of Porridge, get up. So yeah.
So what
They're not
was
even
your
trying to hide it?
goal today?
What do you mean? Why did
We weren't
attack?
targets of opportunity. What was your goal?
We were just told to. They don't want to answer your question. Is what's happening.
Katie.
I will squeeze gently with claws on their neck.
Okay. Hey, listen. We'll tell you the truth, but we want protection. We didn't want to be doing this.
Oh, I know.
So if you can help us out, then I'll tell you everything. We just don't want to get in trouble.
All right, we can work something out.
Okay. So our boss, middle manager, at our Mess of Porridge, threatened to take away our jobs if we didn't come kill this Gula Belmar goblin and then hang out, spy on the place, and kill anybody who comes investigating. That's what we were doing.
So how'd you kill her? What'd you use?
We were given a sort of magical poison, and we put it in porridge, and we made her eat it. We didn't want to, but we have families, and we were threatened by our boss, and we knew how this stuff goes down. We knew that if we just did it, then we could keep our jobs and we wouldn't get in trouble.
Do you know
Where can we find
where
your
you're?
boss?
Yeah.
What's that? I couldn't.
Where can we find your boss?
Oh, at the local. Well, I guess the Mess of Porridge in La Sanctuary by the river. But I'm pretty sure he wasn't the one who sent us. I mean, he was the one who gave us the stuff, but he kind of seemed like he didn't want to do it either.
Right, but he put you up to do the thing, and you are cooperating with us. So, hoping, I'm assuming that we'll go easy on you.
Yeah.
You need to go hard on somebody.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're going to go after your boss. It's not going to be you, right?
Hey, if that's what it takes, that's fine.
Does anybody have any other questions before I roleplay a little bit?
Real quick to ask them, and you don't know who is instructing your boss?
No, I don't know who my boss's boss is, but if you want my boss, his name is Gus Bazular.
I have a world question.
Yep.
Okay, so these guys just basically confessed to murder under duress and under duress of their own boss.
Yeah.
So what happens in that kind of situation in this world?
How corrupt are the lawjacks?
I mean, not to be too, alarmist about it, but the same thing that happens in our world, right? I mean, ultimately, the people with the most money are going to get believed and nothing's going to happen to them. In this world, it's just a little bit more particular, where the Lawjacks don't even pretend to help people without money. In fact, the only crimes in this world are crimes of debt, right? If you can pay for what you did, then you don't go to jail.
That's what fines are. They're just taxes for the rich.
In this world, the law only works for the elites and the wealthy and the people who have property. Unlike our world, where justice is truly
Okay.
done.
So I'm just
So-
thinking, I just wanted to be sure because, like, one of the big things is don't give aid or comfort to the authorities.
Yeah.
These people are authorities.
These guys are not authorities, and if we turn them in, even though they're the ones who did the murder, the physical part of the murder, they need help.
Yep,
So
you're on the right track.
okay, which is a little bit strange to think, but okay.
Not
all
every
right.
community has those values, but yeah.
Yeah, basically,
This community definitely doesn't want to get the Lawjacks involved.
what I'm getting out of this is if we turn them in, they're going to go down for murder, whether it was under duress or not.
Exactly.
Yep.
I got an answer for that. Although I guess I should ask a world-building question myself.
Go ahead.
Well, oh, go ahead, Darren.
No, Sarah first.
I was just going to take out whatever technical device I might have, Opti, and start looking up CyberKit and start looking up where the heck Cameline Valisul can be found so that we can just go to the head of the snake.
Easily found at the Espartu Kebab office in the Sanctuary, which is like downtown in this district.
And sounds close to the mess of porridge that these people worked at.
It is not. I mean, like, it's not in the general area, but like more than a mile or two.
We've established that in other games that like there's no like meetup place for envoys. Is there at least like a holding facility for people if we were to call the Lawjacks, even though our community isn't that kind?
You can commandeer stuff if you need to, right? Like as envoys, you can just say, "Hey, listen, like we need this," and people will help you. People are on your side,
cool.
right? People want to help you, and so like if whatever you need, there's definitely places that you can lock, right, and hold people. Sure.
All right, then I'm ready to role play, but I just want to make sure everybody's good.
Sounds good.
All right, I will, after I have this conversation with them and say we're going to go after your boss, I will give like a smirk over to Tyron and say, "Hey, you know what's the best way to keep someone safe from a dangerous individual, don't you?"
No. I mean,
You don't let them out.
Right. You put them in, like a big metal box that no one can break in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna like put us in like a cell or something?
I mean,
Or
for the time
something.
being, like it's the safest way to keep you safe.
I mean, like that's fair. We murdered your envoy, so that's fair.
And we will obviously, because you were cooperative, speak favorably to whoever is in charge of making that decision. But I hope you understand that we are more of the investigator type than we are the enforcer type.
Yeah. Okay. You said that you would help us, right? So.
Yep.
All right, so I'll take him somewhere that's like definitely at least feels like a jail, but is also a place where we can keep him safe.
We'll call it the holding tank because lots of people get drunk in.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sleep it off place. Yep.
The drunk tank.
Hopefully, they get some friends in there that make them not sleep so well.
All right, we have a decision to make as far as where you guys go next. So I feel like now's a good time to take a break before you decide what to do next.
Sounds
And
good.
speaking of breaks, you guys in the audience should take a break and head on over to the Subversion Kickstarter pre-launch page and follow the project so that you're notified when this game launches on Kickstarter, and you can get in on the subversive action. So follow that link that Ava just dropped in chat. Thank you, Ava. And don't forget as well, this is one of your last chances to get your entries to win the Mystery in a Box Folklore gift. It's a game that comes in the mail, and it's like an escape room in a box, basically. So you get to solve puzzles. It's a folklore-based game with real folklore included, and the company is Mad Men and Heroes, and they really seem like great people. So you should totally get in on that for free by typing in hashtag REMPC in the chat right now. And you can get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing to the channel. So thank you all so much, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay? Welcome back, everyone. We are in the final chapter. Opti, take us away.
All right, you have captured these thugs who have they have admitted to murdering your former envoy Gula Belmar. They were willing to cooperate with you. They gave up their boss, who might lead you to whoever actually ordered the killing of Gula. And you have your mission. So where are you headed next?
Aspartu Kebab, I believe. After Cameline.
All right.
Finish
so
the job first.
You're going to head
Then we
to
can solve the murder.
Cameline Velasul, who may or may not be involved in this, but is definitely the one who does the inspections and the one that you'll need to deal with in order to have things go well, I guess, moving ahead for your community. All right, so you head to Espartu Kebab, which is it's in an office building in downtown Le Sanctuaire. The offices are sort of modest 3-story building with not a lot of heavy security. You can guess that probably Lojax might show up if there's any trouble, but it might take a while, right? Because again, these are sort of government buildings, and they don't assume that there's going to be trouble on any given day. So you scope the place out just a little bit, and you can tell that there is one security guard that sort of walks the perimeter of the building, and probably a few more on the inside. So what's your vector of approach here to get to Cameline?
Try and clean myself up so that I look presentable and at least less like a bum.
Okay.
And then we can walk in like we have a meeting.
I have a particular skill, by the way, that I have. What is it? Where'd it go? There was something about always fitting in. Where is it? Okay.
Could be in your gear, your clothing, maybe.
Oh, there it is. Apparently, I have a very elaborate wardrobe, so I have the ability to like flip things inside out and look appropriate. And on the way there, I took the time to change my clothing just enough so I would fit in.
Okay.
So I do not look out of place at all.
Yeah, that works.
And can I assist Ava?
Garen.
Garen?
You're on. Yep.
Diron.
Like, give him a scarf or something to...
Ah, yes, you could use your elaborate wardrobe to sort of enhance theirs.
Yes.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
on the way, I'm just sort of like, no.
No, take that hat off. Yeah.
I like my hat.
All right, so you guys want to like sort of go the social route where you just sort of walk in like
Yeah.
you're supposed to be there.
Yeah. Look like you're there.
I'll take out
Look
my
like you're supposed to be
clipboard.
there, and few people will question you.
All we're
And-
missing is a clipboard.
and Dungy and Ashai, you're on board with this?
Yeah, I
Yep.
can talk my way through anything.
Okay. So you walk up to the building and you see the security guard. He looks directly at you and keeps walking. And then you go inside and you walk right past two security guards who look right at you and do not seem to care that you're there. And then you walk right up to the information desk, unless you know where Cameline is, or unless you want to just sort of assume that you can find it. You can walk past, or you can ask for information at the desk.
Well,
I
I don't
feel
think
like-
that information is available like publicly, but if only someone could illegally access stuff, maybe a
Yeah.
computer.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say Diron would kind of just like walk past and assume that there will have like nameplates on offices or similar.
All right, I'm trying to get a sense here. Like, if Diron keeps walking, are you all going to keep walking with them, or are half of you going to stop and ask, and the other half going to pretend like you're supposed to be there?
I'd probably take point off Diron if they were leading the operation.
I'm leading the operation, but I'll follow along for now.
All right, so you
Mhm.
just keep walking like you know where you're supposed to go, and like in every government building that ever existed, full of low wage people, they don't care. Nobody cares that you're there. Nobody looks up. Nobody seems to mind that a group of people just walked in. You're able to just walk to the back. There's an elevator. And then there's just a bunch of offices in the back.
Do they have nameplates?
You haven't seen a nameplate yet, but you're on the first.
Do they have one of those screens, since we're in a cyberpunk world here, where it says like which offices are where, like a directory for?
Oh yeah, you look around for a directory, and there is a directory. It clearly
Even better.
details how Camelid Velasul and the rest of Espartu Kebab are on the second floor.
Second floor it is.
You get into. Are you going by the elevator or the stairs?
I think elevator. I don't think Diron would even think a second about it.
You get in the elevator, and right as it's about to close, you hear somebody say, "Oh, wait, hold on 1 second, please. Hold the elevator." Do you hold the elevator?
Yep, I totally do, because I don't think anything different.
All right, you hold the elevator, and one of the security guards slips right in right after you hold the elevator. Oh, thanks, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Is he human, orc, Yetin?
No, this one is a dwarf security guard.
I ask what floor?
Number 2, please.
Okay.
And the floor goes up. You don't quite hear the ding yet, and he says, "Hey, good weather we're having, isn't it?"
It's fabulous.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Certainly better than last year.
All right. What floor are you all headed to? Ding.
2 as well.
Two as
well, all
well.
right, great. He gets out and sort of stands next to the elevator and waves you on ahead of him.
I'm sus as frag right now.
Since I looked at the directory, I'll lead the way now to the to her office.
All right. It is.
Okay,
It is. down the
Diron's
hall away.
going to like stick back since it seems like this guard wants us in front of him. Diron's going to kind of stick at the rear of the group
Mhm.
because I'm sus.
Yeah, the guard does not seem to be following you. He seems
Okay.
to be hanging around in the lobby area, but you make your way down the hall, and Cameline Bellasul's office is clearly marked.
Big mistake, lady.
But you can't see inside. It's sort of a translucent window.
I'll knock just to see if she's in there.
You hear a voice from inside say, "Come in."
Big mistake, lady. So we open. I'll open the door and gesture for my companions to walk in.
Mm-hmm. There's a
So it
woman
is now-
sitting at a receptionist desk.
Good afternoon, Miss Bellasul.
No, that's my boss. She's in there. How can I help you?
We have a meeting with her.
Oh, I don't see a meeting scheduled. Who are you?
Off the books, as it were.
Should have let me do that one.
I'm not sure that I understand.
And then I'm gonna let her do the talking.
All right, Ashaya, you're going to talk?
Ashaya, that's the one.
What are you going to say?
I'm just double checking my skills real quick. Okay, so I'll say, look, what she means is that there are certain matters of business that Ms. Bellasul likes to handle without putting on the books. And some of that business tends to do with the envoys, kind of like raise an eyebrow to her as I say that.
She gives you an absolutely blank look, but she says, just one moment, please. And she picks up the phone and says, yes, there's someone here. There's 4 people, say they're envoys and have some off the books. Okay. All right. Okay, bye. She says she does not know what you're talking about. Please make an appointment.
I look at our master of lies and
Yeah, the thing is though, I can't lie to the person we're trying to visit. Like, I can't convince them we have a meeting.
She's not talking about you, honey.
You're not the master of lies.
I look at
Tell her we are from where are we from? Sapphire Village. That ought to ring a bell.
She knows who's here. She doesn't care. I'm gonna go ahead and you know what? I will say
You should just make an appointment and just be like, okay, we have an appointment now.
I'm gonna go ahead and so with the cyber kit, since it's
Yeah, that's how I mean.
no, hold on, please. So if it's a cyber kit, is it kind of like in Shadowrun where it's all AR and I can do things like sneakily without people noticing that I'm doing things, or am I actually getting a laptop out and doing things?
You do have a sort of laptop thing, but if you have let me see your character sheet here. You have I don't think you have what it takes to do it without hands. Oh no, you do. You have a data jack, so you can absolutely do that.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and bring up a chat, like or an email, like the in like Slack or whatever the company is using in their computers, and basically send something from the like CEO and say your presence is requested immediately for with me and HR head immediately to room number 324 or whatever.
Okay, so like the head of HR for the company or whatever is going to be calling the secretary. Is that what you're saying?
Is going to Slack them and say like, you need to come right now.
Okay, you're close enough to her personal computer that you can do this. So you would make a cybertech roll. And I believe cybertech is
3d6 plus 3.
Okay.
14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're very easily able to sort of make that small little hack. And then alert goes off on her computer and she's like, "Oh, I'm going to have to ask you all to step out, please. I have to be in a meeting." So she waits for you all to exit back out.
I guess we'll have to come back later, guys.
All right. She sort of pushes you out and closes the door behind her and heads off to a meeting, sort of disheveled looking, like not quite certain. This all takes about a couple of minutes, but she leaves.
I leave the group kind of like around a thing of cubicles and back to the door.
All right. So like obviously she didn't talk to her boss about it. So the door is still open. You can get through and you have a straight line to Cameline, looks like.
Let's do it. We go in.
She's a mature elf. She's got dark skin and hair. And she's sitting behind a desk and she sees you come in and she says, "What are you doing here? Who are you?"
Good afternoon.
Listen, Survivor season 82 is coming on in 9 minutes, so we're gonna do this real quick here. Go ahead, and I'll look weird like I'm giving permission for Rem to talk.
You're on. Okay.
We're from Sapphire Village.
Oh, okay.
You will be dealing with me from now on.
Why would I do that?
Because I have all the information that Gula did.
Oh, of course you do. What exactly do you want out of this? Because let me tell you.
The same deal continues.
Okay, well, let me tell you about this deal. Yes, it is true. The information that she has, I'm not going to say it in case you're trying to do some sort of entrapment or something, but what Gula has on me is real. That's who I used to be, but I'm not that anymore, and I'm legit. All I want is for Neo Babylon to have safe food to eat. That's a noble thing, making sure that restaurants keep people safe and that we have standards. That's why people don't get sick and die of all sorts of diseases like they did a few hundred years ago. So what you're doing right now is guaranteeing that your people are going to get sick and that you're going to drive people away when eventually somebody has a really, really bad experience in one of your restaurants because they haven't had any accountability.
We take care of our own.
I'm sure you do, like everybody has ever said about any lack of accountability ever. But let me make a counter proposal. What if I gave you 6 months to make any sort of changes or upkeep that you need to make, and I promise you, because you have all this stuff on me, I promise you that I will give you fair inspections, and I won't come down on you hard, but this is costing your village, and eventually somebody's going to get hurt. So if you just allow the inspections to be normal inspections, then we can do this without any, with nobody being hurt.
While she's talking, can I do more cyber tech?
Sure.
I want to find her home address.
All right. Make that cyber tech roll. You're close enough to her computer or her Halo, her handheld automated.
Only 11 this time, but it's like a Google search, so I'm hoping I'm good enough.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not that hard. She lives basically in this sort of moderately nice place in Le Sanctuary, not too far from.
Are you still at 5402 Monterey Avenue?
Yes. Listen, there's no need for threats.
So, I mean, do you want like a whatever? What is to suss her out? Make sure she's legit roll, or she just legit?
Do you have doubts?
Deer on wood. You don't trust a good thing when it's handed to you like that.
I think Ashaya could probably suss out if she's lying or not.
What do you want me to roll?
You can roll observation plus charisma. Go to kickstarter.com/project/fraggedunicorn/subversion.
15.
Okay, yeah. She seems on the level to you. None of the sort of telltale marks of somebody who's lying or trying to deceive. Plus, she seems to like not have any good reason to deceive you. She seems to be coming from a decent place. A good-hearted place even.
Since I've sussed her out as like telling the truth, I will look to Dirion and say, I mean, I think she's telling the truth, and if she's on the up and up, then this deal kind of goes through. It just I don't understand why she would kill Gula. And I'll say it out loud to Darian so the woman can hear us.
When you say that, Cameline says, "What? Kill Gula? I didn't kill Gula. I mean, I didn't shed any tears when she died, but she was an old woman. It was about to happen sooner or later. I was just biding my time. Why would I kill her? That's absurd. Who told you that?
Well, I mean, we found 3 Mesoporage thugs who not only like tried to beat us up, but their descriptions or their boot shapes were similar to the ones that we found in our apartment.
I see. I know what happened then, if that's the case. Let me paint a picture. There is an associate director of acquisitions at Mess of Porridge in the La Sanctuary district office. He has been bothering me to get in and do the proper inspections, and I keep telling him I can't do the proper inspections. And to be honest with you, I said, I told him why, because there's this gal who's blackmailing me. Now, he's the one that I used to work with who, well, you probably know by now. He's the one at Mess of Porridge that I used to work with to find and condemn places so that he could come in. He wanted to start this up again with me, and I kept telling him no because, I couldn't get into Sapphire Village at all. I imagine that because Sapphire Village doesn't have any Mess of Porridges, he was just waiting for me to get back to our old deal. I wasn't going to do it, but maybe he thought that if Gula was out of the way, then we could get our old sort of scam back.
Okay.
So I would check with Yanzu Ilgi if you're really gonna try to figure out who killed her. If you know somebody killed her. I mean, she was old. But it wasn't me. I'll tell you that much right now.
Well, for the time being, I believe we will accept your deal. under the new terms.
Fantastic. You have 6 months to get every restaurant you want up into shape, and then I'll be back in touch about when we're going to start doing the inspections again. And I promise you, you can, you can count on me that they'll be fair.
All right.
All right, and we will end there. You follow up with Sylvester, and this will sort of be the wrap up. You're sitting in Shh Kebab with Sylvester Ori, and he says, "All right, tell me what happened. How did things go down?"
As far as the job goes, we've initiated a new deal with the individual in charge of the inspections, and it won't be the same as before. We have 6 months to get everything cleaned up, and they will be fair inspections going forward to make sure nobody gets poisoned, basically.
What?
Or
That's
shut
not at
down
all
on
what I wanted you to do.
But it is what is happening. It will keep everyone safe.
Let's keep talking about how Dairon failed.
I did not fail.
You all failed. Well, fail is a strong word.
Listen. This will help us. It will ensure that no lax owners or food handlers will give anybody food poisoning or kill them. These will be fair inspections. They will be light.
His name was Sebastian?
Sylvester.
Sylvester, I think we both know that Dairon broke community value number 2.
You all did. You're all in this together.
Except I did not give aid or comfort to anyone of authority.
Yes, you did.
I did it to help our community.
I don't care why you did it. You brought an authority back into the community when there wasn't the authority before. But listen, you're going to fix this. You are going to be the one to help. You all are going to be the ones to help all of the restaurants to get up to code. So you're going to spend the next 6 months giving up your free time to help get these restaurants into shape. Otherwise, good job, I guess.
Investigate the murder, then.
Oh,
also, yeah,
what?
Gula was murdered.
What is this? Why didn't you lead with that?
Because that wasn't the job.
I think murder takes precedence over restaurant inspections, don't you?
Yes, however, that is do you want us to do the restaurants, or do you want us to deal with the murder? The people who attacked our community.
You're telling me that Gula was murdered?
Yes, poisoned by mess of porridge. We have a name, an associate director of acquisitions was pushing for, and they'll just give the overview. We're pushing for this, and therefore they got Gula out of the way, and the hopes that this would happen.
Oh my gosh. No, okay. So I know I said that you'd be focusing on the restaurants, so maybe not. Maybe you'll be focusing on the murder. I hate it when things get complicated. And that's where we'll end the action. Now we're going to enter into the reflection phase. The reflection phase happens at the end of every session. So every time you get together to meet, take about 15 minutes and sort of do reflection on what happened in the gameplay. So first, we're going to focus on each envoy one at a time. We're going to sort of see if they broke any of their values, and then we're going to ask the entire team if there was any community values broken, etc. So why don't we start with Diron? Name your values. Just read them one after the other.
Yeah, so I will speak my mind all the time.
How do you think that Diron did with that one, everybody? I get the
I have a finger to answer that.
All right, check. You did that one.
I will enjoy every moment.
Okay. How do you think you did with that one? I don't think you did anything that was like awful, to oppose it, but I don't. You don't have to like do everyone to the most extreme every time, as long as you didn't break
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
And
what's next?
I will protect my friends from every harm.
I think you actually led with that one in the end there, right? I think that's more or less why you were wanting to
Yes,
get the inspections back in. Yeah, I think that's
precisely.
okay. What about Ashaya? What are your values?
My first value is always put my community and people first, and I feel like I put people over person by focusing on, or I guess allowing is the better word, inspections in the village.
I agree. Yeah.
Hmm.
Second value is always justify my decisions in terms of morality, even when I make mistakes. I think that is definitionally how Mr. Sylvester feels about us right now.
Okay, fair enough.
And then the third value is always seek the third way beyond violence and passivity.
I think you did that in the fight. Like you tried your best to not like beat them down, but you tried to sort of take the middle ground. Yeah. Very good. And Katie.
Mine are pretty much the same as Ava's were. I will speak my mind at all the time, which I think I was pretty blabbermouthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will enjoy every moment, and when it was appropriate, I was enjoying the moments.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially when you interacted with Oliver. Yeah.
Yeah, I will protect my friends from every harm.
Okay.
I think I did pretty well with that one. And I think I had a mission to do something great that doesn't include violence, and I think saving the Parakitty is something great.
I think that's pretty good. The missions are usually things that happen like over time, but I agree with you. Like you were pretty committed.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do the forgiveness thing because I still don't know what I was being forgiven for. But your community is only as good as the smallest creature within it, and you take care of the small as well as the large.
I think I like that. I think you did pretty well. I think there might have been a cut and paste error between y'all's values.
I don't know.
We have a different mission, so
you both played the ball.
No, we don't.
And I like it.
We have all the same value of desire and mission.
Oh well.
I wonder who actually was supposed to do that versus like did you put the wrong ones or did I have the wrong ones?
I don't know.
Because we did play very different characters though, even with the same values.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think these are actually Katie's, because Katie has that huge potential for violence, but she wants to do something that's sort of not just about violence yet. We'll fix that in post. And then Dungy.
Hey, my first value is I will never take blame, which at the end I was like, Tyron sucks.
Fair enough. All right.
Number 2 is I will survive. I stepped behind Katie in the fight.
You did. Yes, you did.
And 3, I will be loyal to those who show me kindness. I tried to show some kindness to Tofi, and even the Sylvester, where it was like you trusted me to do something, but I didn't get much other chance with
kindness.
competition.
Yeah. All right, excellent. So if you stayed true to all of your values, then you would gain 1 fortune for the session. You get automatically 1 fortune per each hour that you spent. So total, that would be a 4 fortune session. Now let's look at your community values. The community values of Sapphire were keep out of trouble with every authority, don't give aid or comfort to the authorities, and always find food for those who need it. So did you keep out of trouble with every authority?
Yes.
Yeah, you did not call the Lodjacks when you could have, and you didn't do anything that was illegal necessarily. So yeah, or at least didn't get caught. Did you give aid or comfort to any authorities?
Failure.
I don't know if we can call it aid or comfort. We made an agreement, but they didn't want to agree with us. They didn't. They made a compromise because they had to. And
yeah,
Yeah, the way I would read it, and we certainly don't have to read it this way. We can vote on it. The way I would read it was that you aided Ispartu Kebab in getting back into Sapphire. But
That's the way I read it too.
Okay.
But did you always find food for those who need it?
I kind of was thinking when we were going through Gula's cabinet that we should donate the food, but I kind of said it in my head instead of outward. So
They did mention
it, and I said
the food got used.
One at a time.
I said I'd have it covered.
You did. I don't know that you counts
I don't
for
think we're saying
those
the
who
same
need
thing.
it. But I will say this. What were you saying, Jen?
But I was the one who said something that we shouldn't let this food go to waste.
Yeah.
And then Rem was like, "Oh, I'll take care of it. I got this."
But you are forgetting the one person who did need food, Oliver.
The parakeety.
And you gave it to them.
Yeah.
Right? So you did take care of the food. You fed the person who needed it. So yeah, you did well. So that kind of you would all take a certain amount of. Oh no, I'm sorry. When you break a community goal, that goes against your downtime actions. So if we were to keep playing, you would have 3 downtime actions that you could do to either like rest up or to like build up your community or do some sort of other interactions with the community. Because you broke one of the community values, you would have to give one of those up to sort of, fix what was right. So in this instance, right, instead of having 3 downtime actions, you would have 2 because you'd be spending 1 working for Sylvester, trying to get all the restaurants into accommodation because you broke that community value or something like that, right? The GM has some sort of flexibility to give out, like if you did something really egregious, then you might even lose faction rep with your own faction. And then you would ask at this point if anybody accomplished any missions, and I think we talked about how Katie accomplished a long-term or a mission in her case. So you would get another 5 fortune for accomplishing a mission like that. Was there anything that happened that might have caused enmity damage upon reflection? So sometimes when you get involved in actions, like somebody pulls a knife on you and threatens you, that causes enmity damage. Is there anything else that might have caused enmity damage? And enmity damage is like, I don't know, emotional damage, right? Something that really affects you in a negative way or scares you.
Damage.
Yes, that's what so was there anything that happened that you can think of that you didn't think of at the time, but that might have caused your character to have some negative emotions or fear or moral trauma?
Dayron's existence.
I was just trying to think of a way to put this. The game isn't really meant to have any PvP stuff in it, but like
you could fight each other.
There was enmity damage at least on Darian, if not both ways, in that argument.
Yeah, the GM took enmity damage from listening to the argument.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, but Darren doesn't care. Like they said what they said and ignored the back talk.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't go longer.
So the last thing we would ask is, was there any sort of faction rep change? You didn't interact with the Lodjacks. You did have some interaction with Ispartu Kebab and with Mesa Porridge. Your interaction with Ispartu Kebab actually went fairly positively. So I would say that your faction rep with them would move forward. It probably started off pretty bad, but it would probably move forward one. But there was that one thug who escaped, who worked for Mesa Porridge, and so probably you're now on Mesa Porridge's radar. So I would say that you would gain or you would lose a faction rep with Mesa Porridge.
Yeah, we probably.
I mean, our next actions wouldn't help.
What's that, Jen?
Either.
So we probably can't just go show up at Mesa Porridge like we did this other place.
No, it'd be like showing up at like a McDonald's headquarters, which probably is not the same as walking into a DMV. Yeah. But, all right.
Depends on how good your breacher is.
So yeah, if we kept playing, we would have to deal with those faction rep changes. We would have to deal with the murder. We would deal with downtime, and if anybody took any damage, you'd have to sort of deal with that. And you could spend your fortune and build up your community for all sorts of different reasons. But since we are out of time in 1 minute, I just want to thank you guys so much for playing with us, and I hope you had a really, really great time.
Thank you, Opti.
This has been Subversion. I have been Opti.
And continue to be Opti.
Hopefully,
Thank you, everybody.
if all goes well. See, Sarah, I got
I
it.
like
I'm done by 10:45.
You did it. I love it. Honestly, this was a lot of fun and cool to get that cyberpunk fantasy feel while kind of focusing more on building a community rather than just tearing down the bad guys, which was really neat. So yeah, I think this is a lot of fun. I'm really excited that this was the world premiere of Subversion. So thank you all for playing with us, and thank you, chat, for being here. This is your last chance to enter to win the giveaway, which is the Craft lore box set, which is a mystery in a box, kind of like an escape room in a box puzzle game that gets mailed directly to you. And it's featuring lore and the Holly King for this month's box. So please go ahead and type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win. Bits and subs get you additional entries. And finally, in this very brief break, while we tally the totals of this this giveaway, also don't forget to go to the Kickstarter page. We now only need 5 people to cross to 500 project followers for Subversion when it launches on Kickstarter. So please, please, please be those last 5 people and follow that link. Thank you, Ava, and we will be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We have our winner. And our winner for the Mystery in a Box game is Palmer. Hey, congrats,
Yay.
Palmer.
Good job, Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer's moving in like 4 days. So you'll have, this is your housewarming present. You can play mystery game and hope you really enjoy it. We'll reach out to you for your address. But thank you all so much for joining. I'd like to do one more around the room to see what you guys have coming up and where to follow you and what to see you on. So Jen, why don't we start with you?
My name's Jennifer Brezak, author, editor, media tie-in writer. The next time I will be on Twitch will be next weekend, the 17th, on Arvin Elrond's channel. We play Everon. I am playing a cleric, halfling cleric, who's been bitten by a werebat, so I may become a halfling cleric. And I don't want to, but it may happen. Otherwise, back here, I think I am being interviewed by REM in January on this channel on the 5th. and a very, very cool project. JenniferBrozek.com, and I'm most active on social media, currently on Twitter. And if you want to see my cats, Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek. It's called Mostly Cats because it is.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. I am so excited for that interview. That series sounds super cool, and our guests are super cool, and I can't wait. So, Opti, talk more about Subversion.
Well, you can definitely find Subversion. Like the sort of big time we want you to find it is the end of February. I think February 21st is when we're going to be launching Subversion on Kickstarter. And we'll be going live with some sort of first day deals. So if you want to get in early, then you'll be saving some money. If you want to do any play testing or see the game before you buy it, it's currently in beta form, and all you got to do is join our Discord or reach out to me on Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and say, hey, I want to play test. And then I will give you all sorts of stuff, more than you asked for, so that you can give us feedback, again, towards making this game the best it can possibly be. You can email me at opti@fragandunicorns.com. You can go to our website, fragandunicorns.com. You can get me at facebook.com/fragandunicornsgames. You can reach me at Twitter at fragandunicorns with no G. And I'm on Mastodon. I'm not going to bother with that. But yeah, hey, reach out. It'll be fun. And we also have a Discord server, and that's fun. You can talk stuff all day long with nerdy nerdos all day long. All day.
Awesome.
Nerdy nerds.
Ava, what are you working on?
Yeah, so I am, once again, Ava Rogers. I am on Twitter at that nerdy writer, where I do a lot of talking about things that aren't writing. However, I am getting more into the writing, and in fact, Subversion related, I will be likely the one to write all of we will have some like short stories as stretch goals, and a couple of the tiers have your characters as part of canon in a game that you play, and I will most likely be writing those novellas or short stories, whatever they wind up being. So I'll be doing that. You can look forward to that. I look forward to that.
Yeah.
And always Monday nights over at Master of REM on Twitch in the Dresden Files game, Paranormal Albany.
Thanks. Hey, Darren. Sup?
Oh, I've been working on this game called Subversion, and I'm pretty excited about it. And, hopefully you guys check it out.
Opti just tried to do links in the chat. Send them to me or Ava, and we can put them in for you. Thank you, Darren. And I'm Rem. I'm Rem. I am the CEO of REM ALTERNIS Productions. You can find us on Twitch here at twitch.tv/Master of REM. We are an inclusive, safe space community. If you want to join our Discord and play with us and talk shenanigans, bunch of cool people in there. We do audiobooks, productions for Catalyst and the Shadowrun novels, and we do Kickstarters for publishers of all sizes. So we've got Subversion coming up in Q1. We've got more Shadowrun adjacent type stuff coming up in Q1, including a Rigger minis game. We've got a board game that's a resource management and deck builder by a Black creator, which is very exciting. That's Winston Taylor Lewis III. That is in our REM channel and our core group. We've got a video game that is a sci-fi horror that's coming up. We've got all kinds of stuff. So hang out with us in Discord, learn all about it. We are on socials. Anything, Teslan or Tech, that you want to add? Okay. So yeah, join us in all of the places, and we will be back next week here on Gen Con TV. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.